对，有40分就开了。
对，有40分就开了。
平的做一点修改。那我给你吗？
那我给我一个 PPT 就是这个。
真的，那他来了吗？
我说没有 ，stay on 那个要。
这样第一个努力就。今天的大人不会来，今天这个副主委不会来的，对，不会来，所以我现在来换，这个要必须然后还有谁要上？这个是三，要么就全上去，不然就上去3个就好。对，这些有些会比较效果。 this conference, but you will control the system. So maybe you can find somebody to help. Okay, you set a Google. So which you sit here? Here. 我知道，我现在来看。我现在在挪来挪去，我谁的关系，所以我要把它们放在一起。这两个，这个辅助声应该下午才会来，下午才会来。我们配挂什么时候上？你可以跟他一下，其实他几个，你反而不认识他。中午啊，不要早上进来，然后9点来开幕。对，开始他们做对对，对啊，不用了，不用了。Maybe he can come here to control this one. He can come here to control this. ये देखिए ये इस तरफ छोटा है इस तरफ बड़ा है बड़ा वाला मेल है फीमेल है
右键，
右键，
因为它是已经会架设在这个地方，然后因为下面都有
这边用掉，上面一层，下面一层。
上面一层，下面一层。对，在地面上，对，地面有个那个接。
对，一个摄影机，一个底片。
对，一个摄影机，一个底片。大哥这边的话，目前地上刀都是有。
没关系，再给你自己处理。好，谢谢。老师，那就是贵宾是直接后啊。
Show me, you give this,
贵
that
宾是
you
直接
give me.
之后，我就先让他去访校长。那您跟陈校长的部分，看你们什么时候有。OK 啦，我怎么说你？
फीमेल चाहिए
好，你们自己。
फीमेल 7-11 उसमें हम कुछ पैसा ओके
Someone already. I joined in this, but someone already joined.
Yesterday, join.
对，就比较还是可以合成嘛。哦，没事，其实都差不多了。那个就是。谢谢。不会，我们感谢你们，你愿意这样帮我们大力赞助，才有办法。在我们都已经搬好了啊。那因为我们用对，它多米它的问题就，对，它在影片播放上面那个，后来我们决定就是可以，如果是用那个多米的话，放在这里让它直接照片，但是我们另外就是所有的现场看的，现场看的时候我们是这里让它直接，然后中文的中文字幕，英文的中文字幕，所以就应该就。 进不好的，我们就要买进啊。对，被撞到我就。谢谢你，谢谢你。就麻烦你先做一下，对，我再看一下前场有什么。然后去水保，就在隔壁就是做早餐，我是水保费，大学硕士都水保。他博班是，他其实我都，他工作以前，夜硕班的时候，他都在做，就隔壁的同样，一直都是同样。他们又提到另外一点，说我听我学妹在然后然后不要那个电子的对啊，他们在跟我说，我说啊，这两天假的，这个对啊，就很好笑，因为其实我念大学的时候，水保系背面是，农业系很多对，然后水保系的就在什么？因为我水保系好像在找同学要去那个高中的同学，几乎都是水保系的地方。对，都是这样，蛮有意思。啊，这个去都讲这样，因为都直接现在从局长一路下，就是局长，地方，然后他们各自的都是大概没有，就像大学过来做。对啊，那谢谢你，我要先休息一下，这其实是等一下，我们现场不提供杯子，对，杯子品牌来用，谢谢。隔壁庄老师，庄伟师他今天他们摆了酒摊，鸡摊在对面，因为还有摆摊位。待会你要先自己来做一下，是啊，我也是。对，去年生日的是吗？全身，那等下还是要照相全身。好，谢谢你。No, this morning we yeah, but not okay. 动还跟得动吗？好，但是我们现在要先测2秒，这个测完。别的不能加入，还是不能加入。可以，好，这样就可以。就这个时间多高，看业绩的那个效果好不好？好，这个可以用吗？那这个不要跑，你放在这里吗？对，然后但是我们现在就是说哈，我们在一个方面如果上去的话，它是可以进，然后我们就直接开就好了。那如果说它有进的话，如果没有进，我把那个对，它有记录，它有1分钟。Okay, I have much mechanic. Let's go into it. Okay. 然后翻成中文，到时候他讲的时候，他讲英文，讲中文就出来。那同时就是供应，让他连线，然后我们也写个账号说你可以上海，如果你有上海的话，如果你有上海的，然后他对事先不知道他要不要上，我们有邀请他，在那个考前那个泰国那个考前就会上，对，没办法，像美国就在睡觉，然后像澳洲的应该对，然后香港那个他说他直接上，实际上他也可以上。因为他等一下在这个位置，待会在台上，他在现场在2，就是像1、2、3、4，刚好这样子。对，这样刚好对上。因为他可能就是在前后方便，还在思考。哇，这样你说就会，你会很拍那个位置很多，一定要拍那个画面。对，他就会拍到你，就是说 Google Meet 拍到你，然后我们还有一个现场直播。现场直播的话，那个是，那个他现在来帮我们录影，他会剪辑成7跟6分钟的影片，要放在那个节目上面。别人有一点，对，然后他就叫这个转送给他，哪种部位很多？OK，好，有，对不对？Yeah, I think maybe one component. No, you cannot. But somebody must always defend you. So now maybe you can check the loop.
还这样。
另外那个波老师讲的那个，还有真的情况。开始了吗？要开始先测一下了，测一下那个好不好？测先把它拉下，还有什么问题？哎，对对对。因为海报是上，不是海报上台，等一下，你就说，问一下，那个评分的海报跟那个指示你有做吗？没有？海报评分。
那熊应该下回放。对对对。现在绑一下一点就表。
要加温吗？人家主动要加温，上加热。
出来它是冰嘛？
我把它处理掉。
可以可以啊。多角度多拍几张。
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Sustainable Development and Green Technology Symposium, the second international conference on sustainable development of climate change and green technology. The organizer of this event, please show the participants. 各位来宾您好，欢迎莅临第5届永续发展与绿色科技研讨会暨第6届永续发展目标国际研讨会。主办单位非常感谢各位的莅临。Now, let's please welcome Honorary Chairman of Society of Green Technology for Sustainable Development, Dr. Short to give us open remarks. 现在我们掌声欢迎台湾永续绿色科技发展协会荣誉理事长陈世宏教授为我们开场。
Green Sustainable Development and Green Technology Forum, and also the second international conference on sustainable development goals, climate change, and green technology conference. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
So we are so glad this conference and symposium is already 5 years. And we are so glad that COA, Council of Agriculture of I'm so glad Mr. Huang is support all the financial support from him. Give him a big smile. So you, I'd like to introduce our honorable guest.
Now, let's please welcome President of Nanhua University, Dr. Tony Liu, to give us opening remarks. 让我们掌声欢迎南华大学刘书武校长为我们致辞。
Okay, honorable chairman of for Taiwan Sustainable Green Technology Development Association, and also we also
chairperson of National Agricultural Council 政府智慧进部主委然后从这台农粮署农业制裁组组长王进这里是And also we have another very important person, president of KG Finance, from the National distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very honored to have this chance to come here to say a few words, especially on behalf of the university. I want to pay a special welcome to each one of you here to Napa University. And also, I want to take this opportunity to say special appreciation to the organization committee and its members for their contribution to this conference. The greenhouse effect caused climate changes, especially in 2015. The United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change 21st Conference of the parties signed a Paris Agreement and agreed to control global warming within 2 degrees Celsius. And human survival was one of the best model of sustainability development. Therefore, Napa University established the Sustainability Center in 2016. Also, we offer the master program of technology for sustainability in 2017. In order to fulfill the social responsibility of Napa University, the Taiwan Sustainable Green Technology Development Association was established in 2017 to promote the development of sustainable green technology in the society. Also in 2020 last year, Napa University became a national environmental education center through the certification and accreditation of environmental education institutions and facilities of the environmental protection administration here in Taiwan. And since then, the international conference was held in every year. In addition to, in order to promote the academic development of sustainable technology, we also launched an international journal of green technology in 2021. Actually, in the past 5 years, Napa University has also received a lot of national and international recognition and has been ranked one of the top 100 in the world in the Great Manchester University ranking has been from 2016 and also ranked first in terms of solid waste treatment in Taiwan. And since then, we also received a lot of awards from the government, central government in Taiwan, like a National Sustainability Award by the central government executive. Also in 2018 and 2020, we won the National Quality Award for Sustainability Development model. And also we won the National Enterprise Environmental Protection Award, especially gold medal from the central government. And also we received the Sustainability Excellence Award from British Standards Institute. Also, Napa University was evaluated as one of the most influential universities in Taiwan and worldwide by the Times. And in today's conference, we are very pleased to invite scholars and experts from International Federation of Organic Agricultural Movement, the British Standards Institute, the East Asian Agricultural Technology Association, and the University of Also, in this conference, we also gathered Taiwan sugar companies and different scholars to share their researches. The content of this conference follow the United Nations framework. All papers are published in accordance with the United Nations Sustainability Development Goals (SDGs). In this conference, I want to mention here, there are also 9 new agriculture and circular economy achievement exhibitions to provide participants to observe and to see how they can reach the goals of green technology and sustainable development. Finally, here, as the president of Taiwan University, I want to wish you all success and I wish you all to have a very fruitful discussions in this conference. Thank you so much.
Now, please welcome the distinguished guest, Jun Ji-Chen from Council of Agriculture and Food Agency to give us opening remarks. 接着我们邀请农委会陈俊部主任委员为我们致辞。
Just now, we are very appreciate President Lin Chongmin's opening remark. From his speech, we understand that Taiwan University reached great achievements in these past years, and I especially express my appreciation to his full support to the Sustainability Center and also the program. Now we have maybe more than 40 foreign students from abroad now studying in Taiwan University. So, because President Lin Chongmin's full support, we can have very well developed. So please give him a big hand, okay? And then the Vice Chairman Chen Junqi, he was my classmate, and I'm so glad that he can come. I hope he can come. But yesterday he told me because he in treat the program of pineapple. Everybody knows that. So he cannot come. But we would like to hear from his video for the opening remark.
为了加速国内产业升级，提出了产业创新的一个新的推动方案。那其中新农业以及循环经济已经被正式列在台湾未来产业转型的一个新方向。那其中新农业在于打造强本核心的一个农业结构，以创新、就业及分配永续的原则，推动建立农民。保障农民及农业发展及环境永续的农业新典范。而在循环经济的部分，针对循环经济的一个最核心的精神，就是以终为始的精神，我们希望能够推动，可以透过资源的再利用，让我们的资源生命周期延长且循环，并有效的缓解农业的废弃物去化的一个处理，形成所谓的从摇篮到摇篮的一个新农业经济模式。 为了打造我们台湾新农业体制及建构农业循环的经济体系，那农委会近年来实际上做了非常多的一个政策方面的一个执行，特别是针对推动友善环境生态经营，那我们期待在兼顾水土资源保育及粮食安全下的一个永续农业，推动我们相关的政策，像例如农药10年减半的一个政策，那这样的一个政策是依图有效及非农药资材来取代高风险的化学农药，并教育我们农民精准合理的使用农药。那我们期待在2027年达到全国农药使用量减半的一个目标。同时也推动合理化思维，希望说能够同步降低化学肥料的使用，以减少农业生产对环境的一个冲击。那这些政策其实最重要的，就是呼应国际有机农业运动联盟所倡议的有机商品精神及健康生态公平谨慎的4大原则，并契合联合国永续发展的目标。在台湾部分，其实为了推广有机友善的一个耕作，台湾在2018年通过了有机农业促进法，这是一部涵盖了产业辅导及认证管理的一个有机农业的专法，将可以为台湾有机农业之推动发展建立一个长久而稳固的一个制度，来协助我们产业永续经营的成长。政府在这方面也投入相当多的资源，来透过一个辅导来鼓励我们农友做所谓的农业的一个转型，成为一个有机农业。根据我们的资料显示，在110年3月底，台湾通过有机验证的一个面积已经达到1万公顷，友善的耕作面积有将近5000公顷左右。这两个合计就是有机友善的面积已经超过了15000公顷，占我们国内农地的耕作大概2%左右。在亚太地区其实已经名列前茅。在建构农业循环经济体系方面，农委会将循环农业视为一个非常重要的一个重点计划，并设立农业永续经营的目标，有3个重要的工作。第一个工作就是要从源头做起，就是透过源头端的一个合理化思维、精准饲养管理，来避免资源的浪费。第二是透过农业资材的循环利用，减少废弃物的一个产出。最后呢是强化价值技术开发与投入产业，免费曾经来创造循环农业的一个产业链。我们期待通过这样的一个跨领域的一个合作及资源共享，结合农委会各试验改良场所的一个所有的资源及大专院校的各个研究能量，将农业资源循环利用、研发成果及循环农业的一个理念推广给我们产业及社会大众，逐步建构循环农业产业的一个链接。就新农业来说，其实它就是希望让我们的农业成为一个兼顾生产、生活、生态的一个赚钱产业。这样的一个产业，除了能够保障我们的粮食安全以及农产品安全以外，也可以确保我们农地的总量，还有它的品质，进一步来提升经营效率、农民所得，营造可永续发展的一个农村。此外，通过循环经济的一个概念的导入，也可以让相关的价值再次进入农业，产生新的一个经济效益，建立新兴的农业模式，有助于提高农业上的价值与生产力，进而吸引农业人口。新农业与循环农业两者其实是相辅相成的。期待通过今天的研讨会，大家对永续农业与循环经济等相关资讯的交流研讨，加速我们台湾农业转型的推动发展。最后还是预祝我们本次的研讨会能够顺利成功，各位贵宾身体健康，顺心如意，谢谢大家。
我们要谢谢那个主任洪耀明教授，这个1天之内可以把英语书都弄好。虽然有的地方不太同步了，但是我觉得
他们两位哪一个是蛮白的，谢谢你们。
对，非常好，我们只有一个掌声。虽然这个陈副主委他听不到，但是在座有黄组长还有黄市长，他会带回去，我们给他们等会有一个热烈的掌声，好不好？And then will be Katie, President of International Federation of Movement. Katie Myers from United States. She will give opening remark for the conference.
最后，我们邀请国际有机农业的主席 Katie Myers 为我们致辞。
Hello, it's an honor and a pleasure to be with you today representing iPhone. As you open the fifth Sustainable Development and Green Technology Symposium and second International Conference on Sustainable Development Goals, Climate Change, and Green Technology. Congratulations on organizing such an important event with leaders from the organic and sustainable community. I'm very sorry that I cannot be there in person with you, but we're all facing challenges due to this COVID pandemic. I'm anxious for the time when we can gather with colleagues in person again. So I'm very grateful to have this opportunity to provide you supportive remarks of welcome and congratulations. The 17 Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, are critical to the future of our planet and the people and animals who live on it. Here in the United States, we don't hear much about the SDGs, but I know that within iPhone Organic International and our worldwide network, there's a lot of talk and action. We also don't talk in the U.S. organic movement about the circular economy. So that's another reason why I'm sorry to miss this conference, because I know that I could learn a lot. We know that organic agriculture addresses several of the SDGs, and that organic farming and agroecology are truly sustainable forms of agriculture. I heard recently that the Global Organic Textile Standard of God addresses all 17 of the SDGs. So that is really impressive and something to celebrate. The United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which includes the 17 SDGs, is a plan of action for people, planet, and prosperity. It also seeks to strengthen universal peace. The agenda strives to achieve the SDGs not through any one country or organization, nor by one individual. Rather, we need a global partnership for sustainable development based on global solidarity. We at iPhone Organic International strive for global solidarity for organic agriculture, and we are an eager partner to work on the SDGs. Whether certified organic or not, following the four principles of organic agriculture, health, ecology, fairness, and care, reflect a similar intent as the SDGs to create a world where all can live in peace with healthful food, a clean environment, equity, and respect for each other and for other living beings. And I wish you a successful conference where learning takes place, where business relationships are strengthened, and where friendships are stronger. Congratulations and best wishes to each of you. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, the opening remarks. And we all know that in the past several years, I invited the former President Andre Liu and the former in Taiwan. So we hope next time maybe we can invite Peggy Mears to Taiwan as he wish. Okay. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Peggy.
Now we will have a group photo. Please welcome our distinguished guests on stage. 现在我们开始会有
个现在不录影嘛，那个我建议一下，就是那个可持续那个是中国用的，是哪个地方去？
尽量如果你们旁边的尽量往中间移动。然后你手上有 SDGs 7项指标的举牌，麻烦您举一下，校长就刚好举一下。好，来，都可以不要遮到脸就好了。好，来，那我们现在开始，先照一张就是直接版的，再来我们就依照南华大学的拍照方式哈。第一张先戴着口罩没关系，第二张我们再把口罩戴下来。好，来，先拍第一张哦。好，麻烦大家口罩拿下来。南华大学拍照有3个程序，照这个程序来，一站，南华大学这样站。好，再来2遍。好，第3个是3好，南华大学是全国有名的3好校园，来3好。好，谢谢大家。
Now, can we please give a warm welcome to our first keynote speaker, who is the Executive Director of the International Federation of Organic Agriculture Movement from Germany, Ms. Beautiful. Her topic is Transforming Food Systems. In this session, we will welcome Honor Chairman Dr. Shi Xiongchen to be our moderator. 现在开始专题演讲，我们邀请第一位讲者 Miss Beautiful 为我们说明改变粮食系统。另外，我们也同时邀请陈世雄名誉理事长担任这场的主持人。
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce Miss Louise Dukihoff. She was born on a small farm in eastern Netherlands. I really believe that small farms are much bigger than mine. Louise is the director of IFOM, International Federation of Organic Agriculture Movement. She has extensive experience in organic agriculture, fair trade, and development cooperation at a strategic, management, and regulatory level. Earlier, she worked as the director of Helvetas, Germany, and senior advisor for sustainable agriculture at Helvetas, Swiss Intercorporation. Prior to this, she held various roles at Fair Trade International, Biologica, and served at the board of Stichting Goals in the Netherlands. She is grounded in the principle of organic agriculture and was driving force behind the articulation process of planning. Ms. Lewis wants to build the resilience of the organic sector, and she is reached out from a strong foundation to show wider audiences and stakeholders that organic agriculture is a means to help heal the world, to heal the earth. Okay, so we welcome the speech, keynote speech from Ms. Louise.
for inviting IPOM Organics International to our important event at the University in Taiwan. We're very pleased to be part of your important conference where we will talk about circular economy. Particularly from IPOM Organics International, we will be talking about transforming food systems within such circular or local economy. My name is Louisa Rickenhoff. I'm the Executive Director of IPOM Organics International, and I will share with you experiences from our organization, from our members, all around the world as an input for your conference. First, let us look at what the circular economy actually can do. Does it have to do with locality? Does it have to do with nature, with people? How do we account for circular economy? I think it's interesting to look at the origin of the word economy. It's coming from ancient Greek, oikos. And actually, oikos is also the basis for the word ecology. Oikos means of whom. So that's very interesting and to the point of the subject of your conference. So we're talking about a common home. Our common home is our nature, our Mother Earth. However, over time, the economy has taken the overhand. It looks like that is the household of our common home. The budget of our common home has taken over more importance over time than actually the basis of our common home, the ecology. With circular economies, we can put the dots straight again and do justice to the origin of both words, ecology and economy, so that they serve our common home, our Mother Earth. And here we have the depiction of our common Earth. But as you can see, there's something interesting in this picture. And I took it from the Stockholm Resilience Center, who already, under the lead of Professor Rossberg in the year 2009, identified 9 Earth systems. So these are vital systems on our Earth that make it possible for us, human beings, to live on our Mother Earth, our common home. It is very interesting to look at this picture. Those 9 Earth systems, of course, at different measures and different scales. But what is so good from this study from the Stockholm Resilience Institute is that we bring them all together and make the scales comparable. And in the green area, our planet is still livable. That are our planetary boundaries. However, if we go outside of them, we trespass our planetary boundaries and bring not only the Earth in danger, but our very existence on it. As I said already, 9 Earth systems are identified that are of vital importance for our survival on Earth. 7 of those Earth systems actually relate to agriculture. They relate to agriculture in the way that they make it possible for agriculture to take place. But also the other way around. The way we do agriculture impacts the extent of which this Earth system can stay within its planetary boundaries or whether it goes beyond. And some of the Earth systems that you see here are in the red are, for instance, a nitrogen cycle that has been turned fully upside down by the way we do agriculture. And also climate is endangered. The interesting thing is that when agriculture is so much related to 7 of these 9 Earth systems, it means that agriculture can also be a tool in healing our common home. And this is a way to depict that. I'm quite sure you're all familiar with these Sustainable Development Goals. And many times they are visualized as on a roll from 1 to 17, as if they're all equally important. The point of this visualization, however, is that they're not. Some SDGs are more important than make very clear that it is our common earth, our common home, oikos, on which we depend for our societal living. But of course, it's also the other way around. What we all bring as culture has always been dependent on the ecological context in which human beings have been living. And when I say culture, I mean the way we live in our houses, but also the food that we eat. So then we're back to agriculture again. So kindly, let me introduce to you the principles of organic agriculture. The principles of health, ecology, fairness, and care actually express how we in organic agriculture would like to deal with our Mother Earth. These principles are a horizon, if you like, a vision, but they're also an instruction. How can we live to do no harm to our common home? Recently, in the discourse of the United Nations, the agroecology has come up. And as you can see in this visualization, the 10 elements of agroecology as presented by the Food and Agriculture Organization are very much overlapping with the 4 principles of organic agriculture. And we are very pleased that at such high international level, agroecology, which is, if you like, another term for organic agriculture, is being recognized as very important to reach those sustainable development goals. And currently there's a process going on which is called scaling up agroecology. So we want to see more of it. And here again, localized food systems, circular economies can play a very important role. And you see that they are part of one of those 10 elements of agroecology. They actually point to the social context in which agriculture takes place. And they also make a point, just as the principle of fairness of organic agriculture, that farmers should be rewarded in a fair way. But not only farmers should be rewarded in a fair way, of course also land, our earth, agriculture as a whole. I also want to share with you the Food System Summit process that is going on this year. This is another initiative of the United Nations in which all over the world, accumulating in a big conference in September this year, there are discussions about how sustainable food systems look like. What is our common vision for the future, and how do we transform to those food systems? Because clearly, currently, the majority of our food systems is not sustainable. That has to do with the economic complex in which agriculture takes place. And here again, we go back to the foundation of this word, oikos. But currently, the economic context of agriculture actually causes a lot of the harms that we see happening in the world. For instance, it contributes to climate change, it contributes to biodiversity loss, not to speak of the labor conditions in which many of the farm workers have to work. Why? To have cheap food. But later we will see that cheap food actually is not that cheap. It comes at a very high cost. So in this process of the Food System Summit, IFON Organics International is also involved. And I'd like to encourage you and your university to also set up a food systems dialogue and feed in your input in this global process. Then let us have a look at further developments in the organic sector. And for that, I wanted to introduce to you Organic 3.0. This also refers to our website if you want to see more. The point of Organic 3.0 is that organic is there to help healing the world. So instead of us looking at the strict details or standards, which are important, of course, we also can look at organic on how it can contribute to help improve all of agriculture. So it's not about us being happy in our niche because we think we do good, but it's way more a responsibility that we have to make sure that also others, farmers and consumers alike, can make the step to a truly sustainable agriculture. And so if you like, Organic 3.0 is an invitation. It's an invitation for others to also move more in the direction of sustainability. And so Organic 3.0 also allows us, if you like, to be open for other terminology. What do you call it? Agroecology, as we just saw, or natural farming, or other ways of pointing to sustainability. We welcome a dialogue with all those movements so that we can make sure that together we can move on to more sustainability in agriculture. And as we saw at the picture on the planetary boundary, this is really, really necessary. So, as we also know from the source of this word, oikos, economy and ecology, everything is interconnected. And the point I want to make with this slide is that as a farmer, as a producer, we are not only interconnected in space currently. For instance, the producer produces and somebody buys at the market, but we're also interconnected in time. Because the producer can only produce because there is seed, which is delivered over centuries and being wrapped and refined by other farmers. And further, the land that we grow on, we will give to our future generations. So farmers hold a very, very important position in transformation to a truly sustainable world. Actually, they are key. So for IFOM Organics International, an example of circular economy is what we call participatory guarantee systems. These are localized verification systems in which farmers, but also possibly the consumers, decide on local standards for their production system, which they can check among each other, and which they also can support each other with. So that the products of this sustainable production system can be brought commonly to a local market. Participatory guarantee system is a movement, if you like. It's a way of producing that came up in Latin America, but currently is spread all over the world. We're also happy to know that there are participatory guarantee groups in Taiwan, so that you yourself can check with the producers and get fresh produce that's honestly produced at the market. And now you will see a little video on how a participatory guarantee functions.
Shake the hand at these
System that ensures the organic quality of our products and much more.
more.
Yes, well, many people in our community share the vision to practice agroecology, produce safe and nutritious food, and ensure better livelihoods for producers. We wanted a system where we could decide, together with our community, how the food we produce and eat is grown. So we started using organic standards which also cover things like fairness, economic sustainability, and energy efficiency. We all participate in the management of the system, and decision-making is equal and horizontal. For example, take time each year to verify every producer that wants to sell in this market.
And how does that work?
We call it peer review. PGS farmers, together with consumers, visit each other's farms to see how things are being managed. Quality control is carried out by our own members.
Well, I don't know much about farming in general. Would be a good way to learn more.
Oh, definitely. Through these visits, we all learn. As producers, we're always looking for ways to improve our work. And by joining the visits, consumers better understand how the food they eat is produced and what our challenges are. Participatory guarantee systems create an environment of trust and transparency. By building a system together, members develop a sense of ownership and awareness, which ensures integrity and field support.
That sounds great. And what if I would like to take part?
Well, you're more than welcome. Just come along to our next meeting.
I'll do that. Thank you.
participatory guarantee systems, building sustainable food systems to help communities.
So as the video explained, participatory guarantee systems really are a puzzle piece in a circular economy, because they reward the money, but also the fruits of a sustainable production stay within the community. However, not all companies work on such a level. There are also companies that, for instance, export for whatever reason. And also we would like them to be more responsible about other aspects than only money. And so that's why in the European country of Austria, Mr. Christian Felber has developed the idea of the economy of the good. And that's a very nice concept, because as we already earlier saw, agriculture, conventional agriculture, actually causes a lot of harm or bad to the world. But if you do good, can we also try to measure what we do good and how we can even improve over the future? So the economy of the common good, as developed by Mr. Christian Felber, actually invites those companies who are participating to make a balance sheet that is extended beyond financial figures only. So it will also look at the impact on human dignity, for instance, or it will look at the contribution of the particular company to solidarity. And economic figures are mostly only a moment in time, but this extended balance sheet also looks at economic sustainability over time. So how is this company doing over time, and does it contribute to the community where it's founded in? So I recommend to have a look in this interesting literature of Mr. Christian Felber. And that's an invitation to us all, not only to organic farmers. So that's why I wanted to share with you this picture on policy levers driving sustainability. And that is because all farmers, whether they are organic or conventional farmers, they farm in the same socio-economic context. And very often, it is the legal context and the incentives that it provides that actually determine what farmers are doing. Each individual farmer is an entrepreneur on itself, and she makes her own calculations on how she can sustain her farm. Most of the time, those calculations, of course, are based on economic terms, as we saw earlier. But maybe if we can change the framework in which we can count those economic terms, we can also change the way in which we do agriculture. And so what I want to show with this picture are what are the policy levers to drive agriculture towards more sustainability. You see, if you like, two bell curves, a small one and a big one. And on the x-axis, you see the amount of sustainability, which is not further defined, but the more you're on the right, the more sustainable you are. And on the y-axis, you see the number of farmers. And currently we see that a small number of farmers is working in an organic or agroecological way, which is quite sustainable. The majority of the farmers, through whatever circumstances, work more or less sustainable, but really not as it should be to stay within the planetary boundaries. And then there's a minority who are not sustainable at all. So what do we need to do? What does the government need to do? And what do we as a society need to do to make sure that all these bell curves, that whole of agriculture, moves up to more sustainability? Well, first of all, we need to make sure that organic agriculture can thrive, that there are more organic farmers, but also that organic agriculture can improve. Because it's not said that organic agriculture is 100% perfect. We still need to learn and need to move also towards more sustainability. But for that, organic agriculture is just a fraction of the overall agricultural research investment. So really this needs to change to make sure that organic agriculture itself can improve. The second lever is awareness raising. Many consumers are not only consumers, just like you and I, we also have our role as citizens. And in our role as citizens, we want to make sure that we do good. And for that, we need to have the right information. The right information can be given to us by governments, for instance, by clear labeling, by consumer organizations, or also through our civil society groups. So that's the second lever, awareness raising to make sure that we as citizens know what is sustainable production. The third lever is that we help all of the farmers to move on towards more sustainability. And whether a farmer uses one technique of organic or agroecological farming or three, everything counts. It's important that everybody gets enabled to be more sustainable in the interest of our common earth. The fourth lever is also an important one. And there I think we should also have a clear language. There are just some practices in agriculture that we can no longer allow. For instance, burning of harvest leftovers or the use of very negative pesticides like glyphosate. So what we here need to do is moving up the bottom line so that some practices are no longer possible. So with these four policy levers, we are also able to change the context in which agriculture can take place so that farmers are incentivized to do the good. One tool that we can use to look at what is good is what we call true cost or true cost accounting. And in this tool, which is designed as more a mental tool or a conceptual tool, you can look at how often we pay for our food. Maybe you think that you pay once for your food when you go to the counter of the supermarket or when you're at the market. But in fact, we pay more often for it. If a government provides subsidies for farmers, that's already one way to pay for your food, through your tax money. You pay at the counter. You pay also for taxes for cleaning up, for instance, the water, or for making natural conservation areas so that biodiversity can thrive again. And fourthly, most of the time, we pay for our food with our health. Because when food is not healthy, how can we be healthy? Most of the time, all those costs a farmer or a production system can externalize those. And that means that they are not accounted for in the way when we pay really for our food. And so this is a way, if you like, to artificially keep food cheap. But what we see comes at a high cost. For instance, at the cost of our environment, of our personal health. Now, if we were able to calculate all those costs and internalize them in production, we would actually see that products would really represent the true price, because the government would then oblige companies, farmers, producers, processors alike to include all those costs and make them visible, so that really the incentivization for the production system is towards true sustainability. And only then we will know what the true costs of our food are. Now, we can look into the details of this calculation, but I think that's not so interesting. For me, the concept of this true cost accounting is important, so that governments can see that when they move to organic agriculture, they actually not only focus at the agricultural area, but also, for instance, at the health or nature area, and therewith can actually provide support for several areas at once. And therewith, I would say organic products are not expensive. It actually helps us to deliver to the sustainable development goals. I wanted to make you aware of the guidebook that has been produced by Sci4, and also the handbook of EPLA, which is the platform organization for sustainable cities, all working on circular economy. And interestingly, I find Sci4 is coming from a nature conservation angle, whereas EPLA is coming from a cities angle. But both are looking at the same subject, the way I just described it also. And to make sure that when we talk about circular economy, we really can contribute to the common good. Interestingly, and you might have developed it already, the books are talking about food councils, which are advisory councils from citizens and experts alike who actually advise the local governments on how to purchase sustainable food. Lastly, you're of course aware of the Asian Local Governments for Organic Agriculture. This is a network of ICON Organics Asia, on which we are very proud, and also which has its members in Taiwan. These local governments, these mayors, I should say, have taken up the responsibility to green their own locality and put agriculture at the center of it. And I'm very pleased and also proud to say that New Taipei City, Hualien County, the Sikkim Organic Agriculture Foundation, and the Association of Taiwan Indigenous People are all a member of this network, in which they actually commit to make their own localities, their own territories more sustainable. Finally, I would like to invite you to the Organic World Congress of ICON Organics International. Because what I could share with you here is only a snapshot at a very high level. However, at our Organic World Congress, you will be able to get way more in-depth information on all issues and topics that are related to circular economy and how we can put organic agriculture at the center of it. I wish you for the coming days a very good, fruitful, and interesting conference, and I thank you again for the opportunity to participate.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Louis, for the wonderful speech for the organic world. Thanks very much. I don't think we have enough time to have any Q&A. Okay, thank you.
Now, next, please give a warm welcome to our second keynote speaker, who is Honorary Chairman of Society of Green Technology for Sustainable Development, Dr. Sixiong Chen. His topic is how to make a sustainable small-scale farm. In this section, we will welcome the Chairman of Nanhua University Higher Education Scholars Project, Dr. Bo Ching Chen, to be our moderator. 接着我们邀请第二位讲者陈世雄荣誉理事长为我们说明如何打造永续发展的小型农场。同时，我们也邀请陈国清教授担任这场的主持人。
Hello, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chen Guoqing, and I'm now the professor of the Department of Natural Biotechnology in Nanhua University. Today is my great pleasure to have the opportunity to introduce our second keynote speaker, Emeritus Professor Chen Sixiong. I have known Professor Chen for about 15 years, and he was once the Dean of General Affairs in National Zhongxin University, and in 2010 he became the president of Minda University, and now he is an emeritus professor of Nanhua University and also the owner of an organic farm called City Fair. You know why his farm is called City Fair? Because the pronunciation of city is 城市 and the pronunciation of fair in Chinese is 熊. So that's his Chinese name. So I think today he wants to share his experience on how to make a sustainable small-scale farm in Taiwan. So ladies and gentlemen, would you please put your hands together to welcome Professor Chen Shou.
Thank you, Professor Chen. The introduction is more detailed than mine myself. Today I'm so glad to introduce you a kind of model that I can make a small scale farmer survive. Okay. So I would like to let you know we have a very close connect with the iPhone. So he's the former president of iPhone, Catherine, and also Michael. Okay, and then I joined you, the former president, in Nanhai University many times. So I would like to let you know we have a big program in Taiwan. It's that our agricultural land cost is the most expensive in Taiwan and in the world. So you can see we are 14 times higher than Japan and 750 times higher than Australia. So it's a big problem. We cannot resolve the problem. Our small scale farmer cannot survive and cannot have the opportunity. So this is my farm. Okay. After I retired from Nanhai University, I tried to make it as a model. Model is something like without pollution, without waste, and maybe no carbon dioxide emission. So it means we can survive. So we all know this guy is very smart and he warned us that our Earth can only last maybe 500 to 1,000 years. So we must find a new planet to survive. But I don't think so. Okay, you know, we all know we have too much carbon dioxide emission, pollution everywhere. Okay, especially China increase carbon dioxide emission. So China, okay, so our neighbor country, but it's big program. So if we can survive, we need to try to find a new way. Okay, so sometimes not only the data, the World War One or World War Two, maybe virus also can destroy human beings. You know. But we are so glad that Taiwan's government, our performance is the best of the world. So we have the very nice economic performance and also the academic base and people pass away because of the disease, Wuhan coronavirus. So we are the best. We are our performance Taiwan here. Okay. You know, all the other countries like this. So we need to very careful to take care of our environment. But this is my farm. Okay, only very small, only about 0.3 hectares. But we can make farmers, young farmers survive and make all farmers very healthy and very happy. You know, something like me. Okay, so we have a honeybee hive around here. Okay, we have a black soldier fly here and 10 here. So we can produce honey and pollen and also eggs and also vegetables and fruits for us. So we can survive and I also plant the coffee. So sustainability not only for the concern of environment and community. Economic vitality is also important. So we should have a model that young farmers can survive. Okay. So this is our animal production system. Every year we produce million tons manure, and which pollute our air, our water, and our soil. So it's a kind of trouble. So we can make the trouble into good things, such as good protein. So my farm, we have ducks, very beautiful ducks, but every time when they then eggs, then the snake come and get all the eggs. So I try to feed those snakes. So I bought eggs, fresh eggs from the market, and try to feed them, and they never touch it. You know. So I ask people why snakes don't the egg from the market. Say it's because when you wash the egg, you put a lot of chemical substances, and then the snakes are aware and never touch them. So I try to feed rice tanks or eggs and for my grandchildren. So this is a so-called circular economy, and just now Louis also mentioned circular economics. So it means people plant soybean and then make soybean jelly, soybean tofu, okay, soybean curd, and then the soybean meal is a kind of waste. We can use the waste to feed black soldier fly, and then the black soldier fly to feed hens, so we can produce eggs. But the ratio of the manure of hens and black soldier fly, they can use as fertilizer to plant soybean again. So in my farm, no pollution, no waste, and almost to reach. Okay, this is the model. Okay, so we can have a very nice one. Another problem is we use too much fish meal. You know, we caught big fish, okay, for people's eat. Okay, and then we use the small fish as the fish meal to feed animals. So small fish. Okay, so it will be make an exhaust to resources of ocean and river. So if you don't use fish meal, then you use meat and bone meal. Okay, it's also another kind of dangerous. You know, if you have any problem inside your feed or animals, then at the last to your stomach. Okay, so meat and bone meal is really a big problem. So we need to, because of the medical disease, you know, prion, usually the prion will be exist. So if you use animal feeds contain prions, so this is very dangerous. You maybe only eat chicken, then you affected by the medical disease because the chicken have the MBM problem. So this is the medical disease. So we should prohibit both fish meal and meat bone meal. So these are the only left black soldier fly. So we can make trouble into good things. Okay? So this is the big trouble. A lot of fly because of the chicken menu. So this is black soldier fly. They are very clean. They never eat after adult. So they only suck a small amount of water from the meat. That's it. So you can see, and also even Taiji then in London, black soldier fly feeding by the kitchen waste from me. Okay? And this is a Taiwan Sugar Corporation. So they are in Susan. They have 80 hectares, big farm. They want to practice so-called circular agriculture. So black soldier fly, very important. I don't want to speak in very detail, but it's really useful. Okay? And this is their life cycle. This is only for reference because in the summertime and in the winter time, because of temperature, then they have a big changes, big range. Okay, so the female, they can every time they maybe can lay egg more than 500 to 1,000. So he said, try me, okay, I can make you 500 babies. Okay, so this is from egg. Yeah, if you like, you can use this PPT, okay? So this is from my farm, okay? You can see that in very small spaces, very small space, you can have maybe more than 24 bucks of the black soldier fly. So you can produce a lot of clean protein as food, as feed of animals. Okay. So this is another instrument designed for both sides. This side, if in the night time, maybe the purple, and they will current up. So if they current up this way, then it falls in the fish pond to feed the fish. And if they current this size, then correct them to make it again to land egg. So this is something like our Minister of Welfare and Medical Care, Chen Shizhong said, at the first, if you make choice for your nationality, you make wrong choice, then you have to take your responsibility yourself. Okay. Any people understand what I told the joke? Okay, something like this. Okay, so it's very easy, but you can use very cheap way to correct the worm for propagation. This is for propagation, and very very cheap way, not expensive, only a 10. Okay, forget it. So you can collect eggs, something like this. Okay? And they grow out very rapidly. So we use it to feed hens, okay, and then produce eggs. Okay, so the worm can also be medical use as something like Japanese medicine, okay, dosan, okay, chicken. Okay, the egg, the birds love it very much. So this is in my screening house, farm area. Okay. And Malaysia officers came to my farm and then they learned that. Then they go back to use the damn fry to feed, swallow, and to make birds' nest very high prices, very high. And you can, if you can use this machine, you can feed your black soldier fly in your kitchen. So you can produce worm and then you can rice hens, yeah, in we are very common. So, yeah, that's if you feed insect, then you consume only a small amount of water, much smaller than buffalo or pig. Okay, so this is the last step. Okay, very small space. You can something like a smart car. You can the space can let you feed 1 ton freshwater fry. Okay, and also the ratio for the high quality of the diet, and it also can edible, like people food, yeah, something like this. Okay, okay, so okay, so you can find many kinds. Okay, this is the form. Okay, the test of Mexico, the test of Italy, something like that. Okay. You can get that if you're free. Something like I use soybean here, so it's clean. Okay, so you can eat that. Okay, so you can put it into bread. Okay. Okay, so it can become protein, high quality protein. Okay. And a lot of advantages to use exotic fry. Okay. So that cycle is very short, and it's their food. They never considering about spatial taste of food. So soybean meal, maybe the chicken manure, okay, and maybe your kitchen waste can pass free for exotic fry. And if you use 10 kilograms feed can make 1 kilograms beef, but you can use 2 kilograms to 1 kilogram high quality protein. Okay, so it's you can use this. So more. Okay. 11 reasons to exotic fry. Okay. So nature, it is a kind of circular economy. Okay. And then I would like to let you know I also raise honeybees. Okay. So this is maybe not from Einstein, but he said if extinction of honeybees, then human being can survive less than 4 years. Yeah, I believe it's true, okay? Because about 30%, more than 30% of our food came from the pollination, the help of pollination of honeybees. Okay, so this is my first honeybee hives. Then 1 year I have 14, and then 3 years I have more than 40. So now I keep about the 50s. I already propagate maybe more than 100, but some come to Nanghai University, and some come to neighbors schools. Okay, so this is my the theory. Okay, so it seems nice. Okay. So we can produce high quality honey. Yeah, it's nature, on the world, maybe 50% honey is false. Is not true. And especially in China, maybe more than 99% are false. Okay, so this is a very interesting, very cute insect. Okay, so this is my grandson, grandchildren, they love to have honey, so I asked them to work, to take out themselves. Okay, so and also you can produce pollen. And pollen is rich in nutrition, so make my hair become black. Okay. And if you work hard enough, you can collect royal jelly. So it's more expensive. Before, maybe several years ago, more than 23, 30 years ago, Taiwan produced royal jelly to export to Japan. We are the first rank in the world. And now, the first rank is become China. And even in that time, we can sell the royal jelly about 10,000 NT per kilogram. And now only maybe 1,020 something like that. So, okay, so I'm so glad some students in Shanghai University, they also learn how to raise ideas. So, okay, so this is my farm. I can assure if you follow something like my model, then you can survive. And you can make money. Maybe total income every year, maybe more than 1 million. So I also plan to have. Okay, so I have a new toy, the machine, those okay, so I can produce my own self. So this is my farm. Okay, I plant fruits, vegetables, okay, and big eggplant, bigger than tomatoes. Okay, so garden beans, carrot, onion. Okay, this is from market. This is I produce more than 1.5 kilogram. Okay, so this is so today I would like to show you. And I'm also very happy farmer. Last year I bought a saxophone, and 3 years ago I bought a drum. So after hard working in the farm, I enjoy the music, and playing drum and saxophone, and also my coffee myself. I roast it, I blend it. Okay, so this is for Happy New Year. Yeah, my wife. So I'm so glad to share experience, and I hope I didn't occupy more time later. Okay, because we have a little later. So okay. If you have any question, maybe after the conference, you can let me know. Okay, I will give you the correct answer. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for your outstanding speech. And on behalf of the conference, I would like to deliver a certificate of appreciation to Professor Chen Shizhong.
Thank you, all the speakers. Thank you, all the speakers. We will have a 10 minutes break till 10:40. Please move to the lobby. The speech will begin at 10:40. Please come back in time. 谢谢所有的讲者。现在开始有10分钟的茶会和海报论文评分，请移动脚步到大厅。下一场演讲将在10:40开始，请准时进场。谢谢。
也许那边有一些条目大家可以参观一下哈。我们今天有来，是。
张副研究员，对，张副研究员就是说，今天有论文发表会是不是？
is the International Director at Regeneration International Lower Trench in Australia. Andrew, his topic is regenerating the climate with regenerative organic agriculture. In this section, we welcome the chairman of Biotechnology and Healthcare Association of Taiwan, Ms. Yue Jiao Ye, to be our moderator. 接着，我们邀请第三位讲者 Andrew Liu 国际执行长为我们分享再生气候与再生有机农业，同时邀请叶玉章执行长担任这场的主持人。
Since there is still many people outside the conference hall, I think that we can wait for 2 minutes and waiting for other people coming. Okay, so thank you everyone for your coming back to this conference. And now I think that I will proceed for the special lecture of our conference. And my name is Ye Jiao, and most of you call me Stella Ye. I think that most of people here know me. I am the professor in the Department of Natural Biotechnology of Taiwan University. And I'm also the president of the Association of Biotechnology and the Healthcare of Taiwan. And if you are interested in our association, and we also invited you to go outside the conference hall to visit our booth, and we have the people over there. Thank you. Okay, so this is the too late for the conference, so I think it's time to begin this section. I'm very honored to be the moderator to introduce Andrew Lau, the speaker. And you know that it's very unfortunately that due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and Andrew Lau cannot come to Taiwan, and he is now in Australia to give us that very wonderful lecture. And before this conference, actually, I'm not familiar with Andrew Lau. And however, after I searched his information, I found his efforts in regenerative organic agriculture are so admirable. And I think that let me tell you a little about Andrew Lau. And Andrew Lau is the author of Poisoning Our Children and the Myth of Their Pesticide. And he is the international director of Regenerative International in Queensland, Australia. And this organization is aimed to promote food, farming, and land use systems, and that can regenerate and stabilize the climate system. And it also can benefit the health of planet and people, community, culture, and the local economic, democracy, and people. And Dr. Lau teaches at many universities, institutions, and workshops around the world, and especially speaks at numerous conferences seminar, workshop, as well as the United Nations event on every continent. So our conference has very excellent opportunity to invite him as a special speaker to give us a very short introduction for his previous research in regenerative organic agriculture. And most importantly, I think that Dr. Lau will give us many examples of the best practice system in Australia as well as other countries. So now, everyone, so please give Dr. Lau a big applause and welcome Dr. Lau. Please.
I'm Andre Lowe, and I am the International Director of Regeneration International. We are an international NGO that's involved in generating agriculture, regenerating our climate, and regenerating our cultures and our democracy. I am also the author of the Myths of Safe Pesticides and Poisoning Our Children. Previously, I was the president of iPhone Organics International. I'm also an organic farmer. I grow tropical organic fruits such as lychees, rambutan, mangosteens, durian. What I'd like to firstly say, I wish I could be in Taiwan at the moment. I really love your country. You have a magnificent country, one of the most beautiful on this planet. And hopefully when this is over, I can come back. And next time we do this conference, I'll be with you. No. What I really want to talk about today is probably the most important of the Sustainable Development Goals, because it is affecting all of us, doesn't matter where we live on the planet. We will be affected by climate change. In fact, it is a climate crisis. It's a very serious climate crisis. Only a few days ago, on April 3, in Manawatu, in Hawaii, they recorded 420 parts per million of carbon dioxide. Now, this is a new record. The last time we can go back to something close to it was between 3 and 3.5 million years ago, when there was 380 parts per million. Now, according to papers published in the peer-reviewed journal Nature, the world was between 5 degrees to 16 degrees warmer then, and sea levels were 20 to 30 meters higher. That's at 380. We are already at 420 parts per million. And our CO2 levels are increasing between 2 parts per million and 3.3 parts per million per year. It's actually getting worse despite the Paris Agreement. And if the world meets the Paris target of net zero emissions by 2050, we will be close to 500 parts per million. What we are looking at, if we meet the Paris target, is crossing multiple tipping points of catastrophic climate change. It's important to remember that the carbon dioxide we have in the atmosphere now will remain there for hundreds of years. And so what we have is actually the cumulative impact of our current emissions. And this extra heat becomes energy that fuels our climate. The most important way to think about this is the amount of energy it takes to heat up our planet, our atmosphere and our oceans by 1 degree. And that's the equivalent of millions and millions of atomic bombs worth of energy every year. And I'm using this violent metaphor to explain what is happening to our crisis, to our climate. Because all this extra energy is vitally fueling our climate. It makes weather events so much more extreme. So, for instance, last year, in your part of the Pacific, you had one of the worst hurricane seasons on record. Not just the amount of the hurricanes, but the size of them. It was the same in the Atlantic with the Caribbean one. We've seen droughts, fires, floods, crop failures. They're becoming more intense and more frequent, and they're only going to get worse. We're going to talk about the sea level rise. We're going to talk about 20 to 30 metre sea level rises, and this is what we will get. We will lose all the alcohol in the Pacific, much of Bangladesh, the Netherlands, Denmark, coastal USA. Think about what a 20 metre, 30 metre rise in sea level would do. Taipei, Kaohsiung, New York, New Orleans, Miami, London, Manila, Yokohama, Bangkok, Calcutta, Shanghai, Singapore. We are talking about causing a refugee crisis of hundreds of millions of people. This is starting to happen now. So what we have to do is not just go to zero net emissions. If we meet the Paris target, it will be a disaster for the planet. We have to start taking carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere and returning the planet back to the levels that it was prior to the Industrial Revolution. We have to go to negative emissions, and we need to do it now. So let's talk about how we can do it. The soils are the greatest carbon sink after the oceans. We already have too much carbon dioxide in the oceans, and we're acidifying it, we're causing a problem, like we have too much carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. But the research shows that the soils hold almost 3 times the amount of carbon as all the carbon stored in forests and in the atmosphere. So the most logical thing we can do is take the carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere and put it back into the soil where it is needed. We have to end fossil fuels, and we have to adopt renewable energy. That's not non-negotiable. But just stopping pollution is not enough to stop catastrophic climate change, because the legacy emissions we have now will be a disaster, because given the past history, we're talking going up to 5 degrees in centigrade, so minimum 5 degrees centigrade, and we're talking about ocean levels going up from 20 to 30 metres. We have to start drawing down carbon dioxide just to stabilise where we are. So, for instance, we need to draw down around 25 gigatons of carbon dioxide per year just to stabilise our levels of around 417. But we should really further scale it up so we can start reducing it. And the good news is there is a global platform to do it. It was launched in Paris as part of the United Nations Paris meeting, and it's called the 4 for 1,000 initiative. And when I was president of ICON Organics International, I was very proud to be signature number 7 on this document. And the United Nations recognises this initiative by the French government as part of the Lima Paris Accord of the Paris Climate Change Agreement. Now, at the moment, 32 countries have signed on, many regions, many United Nations organisations, and hundreds of non-government organisations have signed on. And this is part of the process of changing farming from being one of the major emitters, a major problem, becoming a major solution. Because what you do is take carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere and use farming to store it into the soil as soil organic matter. So how do we do this? It's very simple. We use the most efficient solar energy collectors on the planet. They're called leaves. And we use photosynthesis. So solar energy combines carbon dioxide and water in the leaves of plants, and it produces glucose, which is the basic molecule of life. And glucose is what feeds most food systems. This is the chemical equation. We take 6 molecules of carbon dioxide, 6 molecules of water, use the solar energy captured by the leaves. We make a molecule of glucose and a byproduct of oxygen. But most of the oxygen that we breathe in our atmosphere comes through this process of photosynthesis. When we look at a plant, between 98% of what we see, its biomass, comes from water and carbon dioxide through photosynthesis. So we went the wrong way. Plants then use glucose to synthesize sugars, carbohydrates, hydrocarbons, amino acids, all the compounds that we need for life. What I want to show you, which is really important, what I want to show you is very important, is that plants feed through their leaves. Everybody thinks that plants feed through their roots. But 95% of what you see in the plant there comes from photosynthesis, from the water and the glucose that's then combined in the leaves using solar energy to make cellulose, to make sugars, starches, proteins. And this is what the plant uses to build. So the plants feed their roots and they grow their roots through photosynthesis. When we cut the leaves, they don't have enough products of photosynthesis to feed their roots. They basically have to lose roots to stay in balance. If they don't have enough to feed their roots and they lose all their roots, they die. So what they do is they shed off the excess roots so they're in balance, feed enough, and then they can grow again. But also what plants are growing, what is really important from their roots, they extrude around 30% of these compounds of photosynthesis, these molecules of life, into the soil to feed the soil microbiome. So what I want to show you is that when you cut the plant leaves, you see all that organic material from the roots going into the soil. That's an enormous amount of organic compounds, organic carbon compounds, organic matter. We can use this now as for new forms of agriculture where instead of spraying them out and poisoning them by modifying how we manage them, we can get them to shed this material, organic material, into the soil. Put this organic matter, organic carbon into the soil. So these are some of the new ways of doing it now. And there's a lot of new methods being developed that are getting substantial amounts of carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere into the leaves of plants and then via the roots into the ground. So this is a method in Australia where they grow annual crops in perennial pastures. Instead of poisoning them and killing them, they just open it up and they plant what we call the cover crop in the pasture and grow the extra pasture. This particular system, the farmer has been paid for capturing carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere and putting it into the soil. And 2 years ago, you got paid for capturing 11.2 metric tons per hectare and putting that into the soil. Last year, you got paid for increasing it to 13 metric tons per hectare, and been verified by the Australian government. If we were to extrapolate this system globally across agricultural lands, we could sequester 55 gigatons of carbon dioxide per year. This is very significant, because remember, if we can capture 25 gigatons, we can stabilize. We can capture more than 25, we can start reversing climate change. In other words, we're going with a negative emissions, we're drawing it out of the atmosphere, which is what we have to do. So I want to show you this as proof of concept, that this is the first farmer in the world to be paid by government for taking carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere for agriculture and putting it into the soil. And there are many more examples. This is an example of using a specially aerated compost. It can be done at any scale, from industrial scale to backyard scale. I wanted to show the backyard scale because in most of the world, most farmers only have a few hectares. So it can be done at this scale. Their trials show that by applying this compost to agricultural systems, they could be sequestering 37 metric tons of carbon dioxide per hectare per year. If we were to extrapolate that by agricultural lands, that's 184 gigatons of carbon dioxide that we could take out of the atmosphere per year. Not only that, but these systems are increasing yields. I think this is the really important thing. The one I showed you before, their stocking density for animals is double the previous system. In this case, we're seeing large increases in yields without the use of toxic chemicals, without the use of synthetic pesticides and synthetic fertilizers. This is, I think, the really important thing I want to get across is that instead of using tons of nitrogen per hectare, they don't have to use any, saves money, and the yields are substantially higher. This is another example, and this is in California, but it's on just under a hectare, but it can be applied to most of the world, because most of the world's farmers are 2 hectares or less. And what they do is what we call no-till, no-kill. Instead of ploughing up and spraying, what they are doing here is growing in compost and mulch. They increase their soil organic matter from 2.4% to close to 8% in 6 years. And this is verified by Chico State University in the USA. So this is good quality data. They really important about this one, they massively increase their output and their production per hectare, or US per acre, and they're earning something like $400,000 for the hectare, and they employ 8 people. This is an excellent model for smallholder farmers to increase their output and their earnings per hectare. When it comes to climate change, if we were to extrapolate this across arable and permanent crop sequester 179 gigatons of carbon dioxide per year. Then the other really important form of regenerative agriculture is to do with grazing, because 68% of our designated agricultural lands are rangelands, and most of them are highly degraded. With the new forms of regenerative and holistic grazing, we can restore these lands, increase their biodiversity, their carrying capacity, their water infiltration, and we can sequester carbon dioxide. This is an example of one peer-reviewed scientific study looking at degraded lands, arid lands in Arizona. And they sequestered around 30 metric tons of carbon dioxide per hectare per year. Now, if we were to extrapolate this across the world's rangelands, these systems would sequester just under 100 gigatons of carbon dioxide per year. So what I want to say here is that this is actually very, very good news, because we don't have to transition all of agriculture. We just have to transition a small percentage of agriculture to these best practices, and we can significantly reverse climate change. So, for instance, if we could just get 10% of agricultural land to start using beans, the bean compost, we could sequester around 18.5 gigatons of carbon dioxide per year. We get 10% of smallholder farms across the world to use the crop farms, no-till systems. We could sequester around 18 gigatons. And then if we could get 10% of the grasslands under regenerative grazing, that would be around 10 gigatons of carbon dioxide. And this would result in around 46 gigatons of carbon dioxide being sequestered per year, which is almost double what we need to do. So what I want to show here is that just with some examples of best practices, we have lots of them, and just getting a realistic target of trying to just scale up to 10% of agriculture, we can reverse climate change. This is very doable. What is really important to put across here is that we don't have to invent anything new. These systems exist. They're out there now. They have good science, evidence-based science to show that they work. All we need to do is scale them up. We don't need to invest hundreds of millions of dollars on geoengineering and other unproven systems. We just need education and training. And the good thing about most of these systems is that they have been developed by farmers, innovative farmers, and we know that once we start scaling this out, there'll be further innovation to improve it, particularly when we can get scientists and innovative farmers working together. We could even get better systems. This is a really wonderful story. We can get the world back to pre-industrial CO2 levels, and just as importantly, we can produce high yields of healthy food with no toxic chemicals and are shovel-ready solutions. So thank you very much, and I hope you will give this serious thought. Thank you.
And thank you everyone here. It seems that the time and our schedule is late, so I think that we'll move to the next section. And
everyone, my presentation entitled is about.
Okay, so if you have any question, I think that this afternoon we will have the discussion for it. So I think that you can ask the question after the meeting, okay? thank you everyone again. Thank you.
Now, please give a warm welcome to our fourth keynote speaker, who is the President of the Association of Agricultural Technology in Southeast Asia, IAM, Dr. Kenson Songtong. His topic is Research Investigation for Organic Agriculture Towards Sustainable Development Goals. In this section, we welcome the Advisory Committee of Center for Sustainability, Nanhua University, Dr. Yi Song-Chen, to be our moderator. 接着，我们邀请第4位讲者 Kenson Songtong 理事长为我们分享实现永续发展目标的有机农业调查研究。同时，我们邀请南华大学永续中心陈立松咨询委员担任这场的主持人。
Good day, everyone. Dr. President, Soitong, he was graduated from the Kasesa University, right after all, a master's degree there, 1984. After that, he received a full scholarship to study at University of the Philippines, continue his plant pathology study. After he graduated, he came back to Thailand to work for the one of his very famous universities. And he also studied about the biomotive metabolized control of disease, and also doing the immunity for the plant. So he covering a lot of work. In fact, he has been working with a very worldwide organization. You know, collaboration, he has about 15 countries of the collaboration, including Iran, America, Sri Lanka, Russia, Cambodia, Myanmar, Vietnam, and so on. And he has very good research. He obtained a patent about the product of ketamine. This ketamine is a fungicide, very good for many kinds of plants. And actually, he used this ketamine to heal 1,000 years old cycad trees in mainland China. It was very famous, so the people really work with him very well. And he is a consultant of the organic agriculture in Vietnam and Myanmar and Thailand. And his product has been registered in Myanmar, Vietnam, Thailand, and iPhone. So you see, so his product is really could do the organic and for the people. So I think his contact address is later on you will see his email. That is a very good one. And he actually tested ketamine in 23 countries, including Taiwan. You know, last time I take that one to Taiwan, and it's really very helpful. And he has an award, more than 20 international awards. You know, so you will see how he works and appreciated by the people from the different countries. He even director of the research in Vietnam, one of the technical companies. And also, he is a director of the executive officer there in mainland China. So he has been working around for many, many years. And he has about
150 publications concerning about the plant protection. And he also has a book about microbiology to help the people understand. And he did also training program for many parts of the world, the people who wish to work on the organic agriculture. So I don't know, I really could not mention everything he has done, but I know training is very important. When I visited him in 2006, he was a farmer. He used a small hoe to work for his organic farm. And I worked with them for a day. And also I give him some suggestions. And he followed the suggestion. The researcher and the farmer, like me, we have a different idea in managing the farm. So he said, after I introduced it, he said, it's very helpful. He can earn more money. So now I'd like to present Dr. Kasem to all of you. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My presentation entitled is about the research investigation for organic agriculture toward sustainable development goals. I'm Kasem from Thailand. Most of my research work over 30 years ago, mainly I have supported by the International Foundation for Science or IFS Sweden for 8 years, and after that my research supported by Third Academy of Science from Italy, and from Russia, from China, from Philippines, from Vietnam, and from Japan, and also from Thailand to support my research work to find out the bio-oil products to be used instead of the toxic chemical pesticide or toxic chemical agriculture. So in terms of we are doing research to find out the bio products to be used as the agricultural input for organic production. It is the one of the sustainable development goals is to maintain food safety and security to serve human beings for good health and long life. Organic agriculture would be paid attention in each country through making the strong policy by government and politicians, as well as scientists, farmers, consumers. Organic agriculture production is non-toxic agrochemical application from the field products to the customer in the market. It is a crucial period of changing from the conventional and chemical agriculture to organic agriculture. It serves the sustainable development goals toward clean technology which benefit for the world. Research and development in organic agriculture are urgently needed to investigate the biological products as the technological inputs for organic agriculture. Bioremediation products can be firstly applied to remove the contaminants, pollutants, toxic substances from soil and water, and also surrounding environment. Bio or microbial fertilizer with high nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, as well as other plant nutrients, naturally inorganic substance provide to neutralize soil for proper plant growth and for plant uptake. Like for example, lime, dolomite. Another thing is we talk about the biochar may also be provided the agricultural benefits to increase soil fertility and crop productivity. The bionutrients are used for plant growth and stimulation, provide agricultural benefit for the farmer. And the biofungicide I apply for disease control, for example, Chitomium, Trichoderma, Cleophedium, and others. Bionimaticide for nematode control are also needed for the plant that infected by Lugnon nematode or other species of nematode. Mostly we have been using Pistolomyces, Bacteria, Verticillium, antibiotics. For insect control, the bioinsecticide are used for repellent or kill specific insects, like for example the metallizing, urea, isolate. Another thing is the very challenge of our research investigation is about the biological herbicide for weed control. Using specific strain of the Collectoricum violation. And now the biological herbicide not really coming out in practical field yet. Anyway, the other techniques would be indicated as the we can use the herbs or medicinal plant for disease control or for insect control. I mean, use the plant extract. Another technique like control practice, crop rotation, intercropping, mulching, harmonic amendment, solarization, wood wire, pheromone, that I mean natural pheromone, and insect. And nowadays there are many samples that has successfully cultivated organic crop and delivering to supermarkets. Moreover, the organic agriculture includes crop and animal production, organic seed production, organic animal feed, organic food processing, and so on. Lastly, the organic certification is the most important and urgently needed to promote the market demand and to guarantee or trust or reliable for the consumer. As we know that the organic products, the price will be higher than the chemical one. And if we think about the toxic chemical that residue in the agricultural products, that is more dangerous to human beings. So we can pay more organic food, consume the organic food. I think it will be safety and better than pay for medical. That is. I think everybody knows very well about this. We talk about the agrochemical. That means the agriculture that they have been done for years. The farmers have been used the chemical fertilizer, chemical pesticides, and after all, we can see that that toxic chemical not only residue in the product, in vegetable, in fruits, and others, but also they destroy our environment, underbalances the ecosystem. So after for some time, in most cases in many countries, I have been visited. The insect pests and the pathogen will become resistant to those toxic chemicals, and let the farmer use more and more, something like that. And the production quantity increases, and at the same time the soil becomes low fertility. So overall we have to turn to the organic agriculture in present day and in the future. The sustainable development means saving energy to reserve the environment friendly and to produce safety and healthy food. Agrochemical has been used as the chemical fertilizer, pesticides, and other synthetic chemicals for crop and animal production to increase yield in short time, but dangerous to human health and destroy our environment. Organic agriculture for sustainable development is a new practical technology to contribute the research finding of biosol products for non-agrochemical production. If we looking from the history of agriculture, over 100 years ago, the farmer had been used the chemical fertilizer, chemical pesticide, and all synthetic chemical to keep increased yield. And After for some time, we have known that I said the most important for human being is the toxic chemical is residue in the products. So the consumer or let the human being get the disease like cancer, high blood pressure, and other heart disease and other. So every country try to reduce or decrease the toxic chemical. Then after that, they will check the minimum concentration of those toxic chemicals, not more than not more than standard. That they call GAP or Good Agricultural Practice. That means that GAP or GAP, the vegetable and fruits and animal product still have the toxic chemical inside the cell. So it's not really guaranteed that will be safety. So the another step I like to say that we call pesticide-free production or PFP. Pesticide-free production, that means the farmer really stop stop to apply the chemical pesticide. That means chemical herbicide, chemical insecticide, and chemical fungicide, and other synthetic chemical to be used for crop production or animal production. But the farmers still use a chemical fertilizer. That is this step we call PFP or pesticide-free production. Maybe in this step, maybe is the transition period to be organic agriculture. Today, I'd like to propose that one thing that if we are going to do the organic crop production or organic agriculture, how the farmer can be stop the agrochemical immediately. Sometimes it's not too easy or it's really difficult. So they can move to the this step first with pesticide-free production. And after that, we teach them how to maintain the soil fertility and others. And during the time, after they can stop the chemical fertilizer application and pesticide. But in the soil, they might be have the toxic residue in the soil. In this period, no agency go to certification. So in this step, we can say that this is transition period to be organic agriculture. We should talk this step should be called non-agrochemical production or NAP. That means the farmer they never they stop to use the on agrochemical. And after 1 year or 2 years, 3 years, the chemical residue, toxic chemical residue in the soil may be gone or maybe less and cannot find in the agricultural product. So the last step is the organic agriculture that we are talking today. Organic agriculture, that means we have been planned or the production without the agrochemicals at all. But the farmer will use the biofertilizer, biopesticide. That means bioherbicide, bioinsecticide, and biofungicide, and other techniques. The research investigation that I said, I am one of the researchers that have been done to find out the biosol products to be used instead of the chemical. I have been staff from many countries and we work together. So today we have the bio product for disease control, we also form the effective physiomyces, verticillium, bacillella, and so on. For insect pest control, we have been formed the metallizing urea to be used as a biological insecticide. And another thing is many scientists have been working on the bacillus thuringiensis or BD. That is also very effective control some specific insect. That and very powerful. The other is about the medicinal plant or herb extract like neem oils, and other can repellent or can kill insect as well. Another thing is natural sulfur. Natural sulfur or natural oil, white oil can be controlled insect control. I will show you that there are other techniques for insect control. So the bioproduct for plant growth and give a good yield. So that means we have biofertilizers with different formulation. Biofertilizer with high nitrogen, high phosphorus, high potassium. That I have done. And others, bionutrient for the plant nutrient, and bioremediation to get rid of the toxic chemical out of the soil and water is very important. And also, we are concerning about the organic matter, amino protein, human, and biochar. This finding can be used instead of the chemical. The agricultural input is certified with the bioproduct are essential applied in organic farm, like biofertilizer, biopesticide, including net house, hydroponics, crop rotation, intercropping, compost production, mulching, medicinal plant herbs for irrigated disease and insect-based protection. The recent investigation of biological product have been gathered related to organic farmer that I have done. It's about the biofertilizer, biofungicide, bioinsecticide, and other bioproducts, something like biodecomposer, compost production, biofertilizer with high phosphorus, high potassium, and also bionutrient. And lastly, it's about the microbial metabolites for disease control and induce plant immunity. So another thing is for the insect control, we can use a neem seed extract. Medicinal plant or herb, repellent plant like marigold, repellent nematode, light yellow plant, pheromone without chemical, natural sulfur, solar radiation, naturally put vega, naturally extraction of the hydrogen. There are the techniques are control practice, intercropping, organic amendment, and also maintain the soil pH, mulching of the matter, and soil revitalization. I have been work about the microorganism, including fungi, bacteria, looking for the beneficial one to for the disease control, and after that we also promote the organic vegetable or organic crop production in many countries. So this is the organic coffee. Another before this organic coconut I have done in Myanmar, and this is organic coffee I have. I'm the consultant in Laos. So this is the organic tea that I have done in Vietnam and also in China. So at the same time, we also have the organic agricultural model that I certify this work for the Association of Agriculture in South Asia. So we also do the organic and also certified by officer from IFO. We also have done about that. So we can say that now we have the biofertilizer used to be different formulation used to be instead of the chemical fertilizer. We have the biofungicide like Chitomium, Trichoderma. We have bioinsecticide, bionematicides, bioherbicide, and also plant growth promoting microorganisms. And as well as that I'm now doing research on the organic seed or organic animal feed, and this is very important in the future. And also mushroom production that can be included in organic, and also do research for resistant variety, but without GMO, naturally selection. So for the animal production organically, we have the organic animal feed. We must do research on the organic milk, organic beef, organic chicken, organic egg, organic food processing, and also looking for organic market. So I have done This is, I will not talk in detail, but I can say that we are going to promote the organic crop production. We have to adjust the soil. We have proper to plant growth, like for instance, adjust the soil until pH 6, and also add the organic fertilizer, something like that, and use package sheet to light soil sterilization to control the seed of wheat and some plant pathogen. And after that, we make the soil very well, soil will become good soil, or we call organic soil. The organic soil, that means soil will be high fertility, high organic matter, neutral soil pH, and good drainage. And will be high organic matter is about over 10%. So not less than 5%. So that is will be successfully. So the most important thing is that we have to adjust the soil to proper pH of the soil should be proper for the plant growth. So if we have 6.5 or 6.8, they can absorb the naturally nutrient very well, and plant will grow very well. This is one of my research. We call biodecomposition, including different species of enzymatic fungi that produce enzyme like cellulase, lignase, protease, lipase to degrade plant material or plant debris become organic and animal dung. So we have been done promoted in Laos, in Myanmar, in Thailand, in China, or in Vietnam, and also in Cambodia. Let the farmer try to produce good organic fertilizer. This is we are going to promote the farmer to produce the organic fertilizer. Actually, I have the different formulation to make the organic fertilizer with different information. That means high N organic fertilizer, high phosphorus, organic fertilizer, high potassium. We have very limited time. We can talk outside later. Just let you know what I do. So after that, we improve the soil, good pH and good organic matter, and this kind of worm will be coming. This is a good one. It will be coming along. That means indicator. So sometimes we prepare the plant bed like this. We have the cover for protect sunlight or some rain, something like that. So many techniques, or something we mulching with the sunlight straw or plastic sheet. This is the organic production. So another thing is the water. Water is also very important for the organic production or animal production. Should be not the water should be clean or non-toxic chemical residue in the water. We have to consider very well also. And this is to show you that another disease of plant, that is the plant deficiency. So the plant deficiency, that means the soil is not good soil. So we have to make the soil very well and the pH very proper, so we can get rid of or avoid the nutrient deficiency of the plant. This is the biodecomposer that I promoted in many countries. That I said in China, Vietnam, Laos, Thai, Cambodia, and other countries. So another thing is my work about the biological fungicide. It's about the chetomium. Actually, the chetomium has been working over 30 years until now. I still development the chetomium as a biofungicide for about spectrum disease control. That means the many strain of the chetomium. Chetomium is a fungus, and they have produced a lot of the new antibiotic substance like ketoprocosis, rhodiolinol, and others. And this is can be controlled the phytopathogen like Phytophthora, Holocotyledon, and others, and also anti-tuberculosis and Candida albicans human pathogen. I have not only 2 species, I have about 8 species at least that we have published. We have to done research of the chetomium. This is the ketone conversion. We have claim, we have Q claim, it's like this. This is support, this is what is the culture. So this is the different kind of the ketone species, different kind of ketone species that active already do research and already published that they have the very good compounds and can anti-human pathogen and also pathogen aspect. So this is the control mechanism of the ketone. So I formulation this one to be liquid formulation and powder formulation. Application rate is about 50 gram or 50 ml per 50 litre of water and spray. And this is a super ketone that we have been registration in Laos, in China, in Cambodia, in Vietnam, and this is the we use to control the several diseases. And also we have trichoderma for plant growth, and this is controlled. This is we published in German Mass Paper in the year 2000. This is my strain we got trichoderma has PC0, and this one we promote to the farmer. Another product is about bionutrition. It's about we have the lorosulinumab and acromyces act as the plant growth stimulant and with amino, and this is also really good product. And you can see we all you see this is organic. Another thing, the last one, I have the atomic is the microbial. This is for plant immunity. This is the pure compound of the ketone and others. In each pure compound, in each pure compound they are active against human pathogen and also fecal pathogen as well. So in each pure compound, I put in electron spinning without other. So they become very fine particles. And after that, we have a lot of the fine particles. After we pass to electron spinning. And this fine particle, after we treat the plant, they induce the immunity in the plant. We have done a lot already in chili, in tomato, in rice, in durian, in banana, in papaya. There are so many. This one. And this is just to you. This is for insect. For insect also we have several kinds of insect control. This is they use a plastic pot during seeding stage to avoid insect come to destroy. See? Or sometimes they use a small net like this to avoid insect. And we also have the yellow plant, or we have predator naturally coming to our farm. Predator, a lot of predator come to our farm. Our flappy. And this is predator. And also you see spider. This is not insect, this is spider. And also this one dragonfly. And we also wrap with plastic wrap with some fruit to avoid insect, to protect insect. Or also we make something like wood white also. But should be the wood should be come from the not from the toxic one. Should be naturally. Then and a lot of the method or machine to insect for insect. So many this one also like insect also. But I have the biofungicide, including metallized and butyria to control some insect, specific insect also. And this is already promoted in many countries. This is and also biofungicide. I also have for insect control like myrolidine, glutamate, and there is a contribution for agriculture. So after that, I have become the consultant of the many companies to produce the organic corporation, and also it's been certified by for iPhone and same in supermarket in Thailand. And we also have the organic agriculture farm in Thailand to be let the people come for training. And also I go to give a presentation in Vietnam, in many countries about the organic agricultural production. This is in China. We have the my bio product in China. This one. And this is we promotion in Thailand. Only member in Thailand to produce the organic protection and deliver to the company and sell in supermarket. And also I accept the training program, training students from many countries, like from Laos, Myanmar, Cambodia, Philippines, Indonesia, Vietnam, and others, even from Russia. And I also invited to promote organic agriculture in China. Like we do the tea, organic tea in China. And this is I want to promote the farmer how to produce the organic fertilizer used by decomposer. This is in Vietnam. This is in Thailand. And teach them how to improve the soil, how to prepare the good soil for organic crop production. And this is explain or presentation to the farmer how to use the bio product. And then some of my bio product also certified as the technology input by artisan, by bio artisan iPhone. And this is the organic papaya, this organic onion. And this all using this organic. That long bean, cucumber, kale, like this. And also the mushroom production. And another thing is we also concerning or we are doing research on the organic seed production. This is we try to study on the sweet corn seed and other kind of seed, the organic seed. That is very important when the farmers when they are starting to do organic, where they can find the organic seed. That is very important. I like everybody think about that also. We should be do research more and help each other. And also we also promote the organic chicken and organic egg in some area in Thailand, and also organic pork, organic pig. That means we have organic pork. Now we have the SC organic farm model in Thailand that I have certified this farm to be for training and for do research and organic in practical way. We have about 10 hectares. I welcome everybody to visit my farm also. So we also have in my farm also doing the sweet potato and others. So the most important one is about the organic certification. As far as I know, there are about different levels in country level. We can say country organic certified, and the most famous one all over the world, that is the International Federation of Organic Technology Movement or IFOM, that certified organically certified by research, organic USDA, gas from Japan, and others. And Association of Technology Research or SC also start for organic certified, but not too much work. So the SC is a non-profitable organization that I am the president, and we are doing research how to do how for the crop and animal production without a chemical application, something like that. We are a group of scientists from about at least 18 countries, and then every year we have a meeting. This is the SC. We try to help the people. We are going to 35. That means that we try to promote the people to do the organic. That's the idea. And this is just some example that the SC certified organically in some farm. The regulation is almost the same with iPhone and with organic USDA. And so organic production would manage after the market demand. The organic shop and home delivery would also be started for marketing promotion. The training center for organic agriculture would be organized at organic farm to gain knowledge, basis commercial skill. That is very important. And this I do the research organic flower in China. And after that they are dry and they can drink for health. And this is the organic tea in China that I have done. And this is in Cambodia. I also promote. And now I'm working with some company in Thailand that mostly we prefer the iPhone for bio for certified and sell in supermarket and also export to some country. So this is the organic. how is it's not. I think the quality, quantity and quality can be as the same as the chemical. Thank you for your attention. I would like to give this presentation to the organizing committee to support and organize this conference successfully. And thanks to all participants. Thank you. สวัสดีครับ
Appreciate your speech. He is now the president of
of new change suitable for sustainable agriculture and green technology. In this section, we welcome the chairman of Society of Green Technology for Sustainable Development, Dr. Guo Zhenzhen, to be our moderator. 现在我们邀请第5位讲者陈立松教授为我们分享新在9号可应用于永续农业和绿色技术培养的抗避水稻新品种，同时邀请台湾永续绿色科技发展协会曾国正理事长担任这场的主持人。
今天各位讲者及各位嘉宾，大家好。我想循环经济跟新农业是最近期各个领域都在那接下来我想我介绍一位讲者，他名副其实，最典型的在这两个领域是，他自称是农夫不过也有数十年的农夫，那我就说这是在这两个领域的长工。那他的整个伟大的丰功伟业是太多了，那就择几件比较典型的比较重大的一些事情来跟各位做介绍。陈一松老师他是印尼、冈比亚、马拉维他们的一个农技团的团长。那他为国家做的数十年的国民外交，到世界各国去做一些农技的一些那尤其我记得在冈比亚，他利用那个冈比亚河的潮汐，去发明了一个灌溉水稻的一个种植，那使那一片的荒地利用农业可以种植的一个良田，这是一个很伟大的发明。那第二项就是他曾经也在亚洲蔬菜研究发展中心担任过农场的主任，这都是一个国际上的组织。那第三个，他曾经在奈及利亚，也是一个国际的组织，那热带农业研究所担任过副研究员，真的是很不容易那这都是对世界上的一个农业的贡献。那接下来他曾经是多国有很多国家，菲律宾、柬埔寨、马来西亚、印尼、泰国、斯瓦季兰、中国等等很多国家的一个都邀请他去担任有机农业的辅导志工。所以他的事迹不只是对国内，对世界真的是万人祝福。那他把自然农法带到世界各国去。目前他也担任过明道大学的一个兼任的助理教授，教助理也是相信有用的。那接下来这一个很伟大的一个能力。那个陈老师在94年获总统颁授3等景气的勋章，这是一个至高善的荣誉。那因为他从60年开始各国在做一些农业的一个国际外交。那我想他的在农业的杰出研究跟对有机农业的一些伟大的贡献，应该是这样讲，大家有共，那我可以这样说，是世界人类的一个幸福。 好，那他现在年纪稍长，不过据我知道他现在还是自己下田去工作，那真的是持续在有机农业这个领域去持续的研究。今天的题目是新大9号，它是一种可以运用在农业永续发展的一个绿色科技的一个新的水稻品种。我想大家应该迫不及待想知道它的研究成果。那我们热烈掌声欢迎我们陈义雄陈老师。好，谢谢。
Thank you very much for your introduction. Now, my name is Yi Song Chen. Actually, I was working abroad for about 30 years and worked with agricultural technology to various countries from Taipei, and I also worked with the World Vegetable Center as a farm superintendent, and I also worked with the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture in Nigeria as an associate researcher. So now I am still working with the Yingdao University and still teaching. Now I would like to share about this. Sorry, as a farmer, it's very difficult to handle this one. So a new rice trial and novel variety for sustainable agriculture and green technology. This is the abstract. I think you can see it. But I would like to say this XD9 is a new variety breeded by Dr. Wang Qiansheng and his colleagues from the Department of Agronomy, National Zhongxin University. Original variety of the TK9 actually was breeded by the Taichung District Agriculture Research and Extension Station. This variety, TK9, originally is very good aging quality, but is susceptible to rice rust and deep blight. So it's not so easy to grow. The yield is not too high, but they have a very good, this antioxidant from rice bran. Rice bran contains this antioxidant, so it's very important to our human health. So we all noticed that was released in 2018. We appreciate Dr. Wang, he authorized this variety from his personal money and give it to me to plant. So I only plant, but I didn't pay the authorization fee. So this is, I must thank for all his help. And we will see this, many people mention that the variety is very high yielding, yield, but not sustainable. This is the way we have to try to see how can we have the good variety, but also sustainable. It's the key. Way back 2008, I think Dr. Chen Shishong, that time was the president of the Yingdao University. He took me to Sarawak, and we attended the Open Asia. In that time, one of our Indian friends, he mentioned that I think more than one, around 200,000 farmers suicide. Because what? Because they cannot pay the loan. High cost of the loan. So that is the problem. We are sorry to hear that. You know? I remember that very well. Then the second one, Mr. Deja Siripatra from Thailand. He came to Taiwan in 2012. He said many farmers, they receive very high yielding rice variety from researchers. However, in the end of harvest, they cannot get much. Why? Because they borrow the money from the shop and pay. When they pay everything back, much less. So he was very sorry to see farmer. How can this farmer and work very hard, but not receive reasonable return? So he introduced that using the forestry humus, the beneficial microorganisms, and multiply by farmers themselves, then apply it back to the farm. This is his idea. And another idea, he also select the local indigenous rice variety to become more productive variety. How he did it is very simple. He just opened the grain, you know, because when he opened the grain, there are so many different. Some are yellow, some are red. That means that variety is not pure. So he select only very nice one, and then he plant the brown rice, because brown rice still can grow in good seed. After that, he planted 100 seed. So 100 each seed plant 1 kilo. So single seeding. When harvesting, he select 5 of that 100 and multiply again. The same way he continue for about 4 or 5 cropping seasons. In that case, you will get better yield or unstable yield, and which also resistant to pest and disease. Because he select, during the selection, he did that. I went to his farm in Thailand 3 times. So I want to confirm whether his research is true or not. I'm sorry. But you know, that is the one we need to know very clearly. I very admire and his work, very nice. Some people may question it. But how come this humus is good for correcting the beneficial microorganism? It is because you know, even Taiwan District Agriculture Research and Development, the extension station, they collect the first Trichoderma is from Yixing in Taichung under the tree of mango tree in Yixing. So this is it. When you collect the different kind of microorganisms, it could be found some good ones. Actually, we have tested more than 16 kinds of different locations of this beneficial microorganism. When I sent to National Taiwan University, Professor Lin Naijun helped us to analyze the microorganisms. We had a good presentation. When I went to mainland China, I presented that one. So it is, we are not so sure, that's true. But at least when you select the white color, white material growing well, then you can multiply that to the farm. But it is important, you must collect the humus near your farm, not too far from your own farm. Because, for instance, I stay here in Jiayi, but I collect from Ali Mountain. is very far and very high sea level, the microorganism may not be growing well in this area. Like in Zhanghua, I tried the early mountain humus, but not growing well. That's just like it for our friend here who wish to try. So Mr. Fisher. So I'm going to talk about the characteristic of the SD9 from National Chongqing University. You know, the front height is quite okay. It's not too tall. But with a very big particle and a big grain, you know, this is different than the original TK number 9. We have this one, and so here you will see that, and then the rice blood composition is highly antioxidant. So this is reported from Dr. Liao way back in 2012, and then there is a weakness, grain shuttling. But you can minimize by controlling water, irrigation water. So I heard that very important is I'm doing the practical management of the green manure crops and weed control. You know, I planted very good green manure crops, and the first time was about 35 tons per hectare. Then the second year, 32.5 tons per hectare. And then the year I got the first crop is only 5 tons per hectare. But the second crop I had 7.4 tons per hectare. The reason the first cropping, I was not familiar with this variety, and causing a lot of grain shattering. When harvest, I found, too many grain falling on the ground. So I informed Professor Wang, what happened with this variety? He said, you must try to control your irrigation water to make sure that it's healthy. So legume crops, we know if you grow the legume, you will increase you will absorb the nitrogen from the atmosphere back to the plant and then to the soil as well. So this will increase a lot. I planted several kinds of green manure crops, like Medicago sativa. This is a year-round growing green manure in the central part of Taiwan, like where I stay in Zhanghua area. This is I didn't know that when I went to mainland China to share open agriculture. I noted they indicate that this Medicago sativa is tolerant. So when I come back, I try to buy the seed and plant them. It is true. So now I plant about 5 years already, and it still can start if you don't take the root away. And this Medicago sativa has a very deep root, about 3 meters. So it will penetrate to the hard part of the soil to improve soil structure. Then another 2 varieties like Vishia Nasicopa and Trifolium alexandrinum. These 2 are very good for winter crop of legume. I mean, yeah, also legume. So I grow them. You can see on the side, this is a combination of these two kinds of the green manure. But when you grow good green manure, I also apply KKF, that's the Kawan Foundation. I say Mr. Lecture Chiripatra introduced this method and is also effective. This can serve as a decomposer of green manure, straw, and wheat. As Dr. Kassan just mentioned a while ago, he also introduced a decomposer to help the farmer decompose this compost. You will see how I manage the green manure. I measure it. I take form. This is the after this turn into the soil, I think about 20 days for the composition of this wheat. I mean, this wheat type of plant. Combine together, this plant. Well, you will see the different kind of the, if you don't plant the green manure, it looks like this. You burn the rice straw. You lose about 30 tons of organic matter. And if I have also green manure, then I have another 30 tons, right? 30 to 35. So that would be give you about 60 tons of the green manure material. Go back to the soil. You see that green manure plant on the side is not planted. But be careful, when you grow good green manure plant, you must turn into the soil at least 20 days before transplanting to allow them to decompose very well. Otherwise, if your decomposition is not well, then during your young seedling growth, it could burn the root system. When one time, 2013, I went to Sarawak, they asked me to check the rice. We found the rice is not growing because lots of rice straw, not decomposed. So preparation of liquid fertilizer here actually tell you what to do and how we can do it. You see that KKF. See KKF, we use 200 gram humus from forestry, 1 kg rice bran, and 1 liter of molasses, and to produce micro-organism in 7 days, or in the cold season, it could be 10 days. And you can also use Dichoroma microorganism preparation. This you need only 20 grams, and you powder 1 kilo, seaweed powder 500 grams, seals, 250, shell powder 250. And I also use the biodynamic agricultural compost prepared at my farm. I use about 6 kilograms and then soak in 100 liters of water for overnight, then pass through the irrigation to my rice field. And another one is discarded broken egg solution, 220 liters of discarded egg, and added 2 liter molasses and 2 liter KKM solution or trichoderma solution. Fermentate for 7 to 14 days, then pass through irrigation. My work is mostly from just and this is the liquid fertilizer prepare. Can we move? Yeah. You can see that that's what I really doing by hand, not by machine. But it's and then I pass through the irrigation channel. Okay. Time is not much. So just show you how I prepare. This is another way. We introduce the egg solution. If you don't have the discarded egg, you can use the fresh egg and make into the solution. This you need only 3 kg of fresh chicken egg, then molasses 1 liter, water 20 liter. Other KKM, as I say, solution, microorganism, and 1 liter. With the eggs should be used in 3 to 10 days after the preparation. And pest and disease management. I use the cinnamon for money, 10 kg leaves and branches, fresh turmeric 1 kilogram, molasses 3 liters, soaked in 100 liters of water for 3 weeks for insect control. Another disease control, I use the biodynamic preparation 508 fresh horsetail, 6 kilograms, added molasses 3 liters, and soaked in 100 liters of water for 3 weeks. Another BD preparation 501 is also good for fungus disease control. So these two could combine together for control fungus disease, like a rice grass, shear blight, and others. Golden snail, I have used 3 kinds of alternatives to control golden snail. And this one, Cassia fistula, this is we have very common in Taiwan, and she packed 5 to 6 kg for 0.1 hectare, and fried rice bran 50 to 60 kg per 0.1 hectare. And camellia cake powder, this one 2 to 3 kg for 0.1 hectare. Apply just surrounding the light, because most of the people, they need to use about 5 kg, but I said more than half of that amount and apply only the surrounding area, because this golden snail always they come to the light to lay their egg. You see the leaf neck grass, leaf and neck grass here, right? Neck grass, leaf grass. This is I found from our neighboring farm. Our variety XD9 is not found. Well, this is I say Cassia fistula, golden snail. Why we use this one? Because this material will cause the anesthesia to the golden snail. So when they touch, their mouth cannot open and they cannot eat. use the rice bran, also 50 to 60 kilo. You need to fry a little bit so that once they eat too much, then they are strong. And this is the preparation of the cinnamon. Here we also rice string-bola, yellow string-bola, and some other pest prevention and control. And this is the 508, as I mentioned, here, hostel. This is come from my own farm as well. So I use a lot of my own material. So this is very good for control rice blast, shear blight, and other fungal disease. This is a rice, in the different states. You see the different states of rice. This variety is largely tolerant, so it's very strong, But some of the variety is not done very well. This is my own farm, and this is actually, I just show you that, took, planted, July, but then harvest in about November. You see, I use the natural sun drying to save the energy. Because nowadays, everything is machine, everything is oil. But I use something. But anyway, this probably only could be done in a small area. In conclusion, SB9, Kinta number 9, is a very strong resistant to bacterial blight and moderate to rice rust and neck rust, because this was found very common, not only the first cropping season, second cropping season of rice, we could also find sometimes very serious. And that's found, but not serious, And you cannot say 100%, no, that, no. There is still some, because you use nothing, and you have to remember that you didn't use any chemical or any organic control method, except I use my own farm available material to control all these pests and disease. Weed control. If you grow very well green manure crop, then you remember to add beneficial microorganisms like decomposer. Like the Nata percent is also recommend decomposer. And we here, I also found, without decomposer, you cannot make the rice straw and the green manure crops as well as a weed to decompose. So we have to be sure to decompose all of them very carefully. Don't just half done. If this only half done, as I say, in Sarawak, I saw the farmer, because they did not apply this, microorganism to decompose their rice straw. So the root is short. The plant cannot grow. Please so make sure, and if you do this, the weed reduce significantly. This variety is very good eating quality, and the brown rice is highly antioxidant activity, good for health, easy to cultivate under organic or friendly farming sustainable for economic circular. So this is a very good variety from my own experience. Grain shuttering, actually you can minimize by water control. Don't stop the water too early, because if you stop the water, irrigation water, too early, then it will cause you very bad shuttering. That could be 5 to 10%, as I observed from the first cropping season. So, you know, we have, I think, the time. So, I would think that this actually can be moved also, because time is, I don't want to take too much time. So, I thank you for all of you and also the foreign friends who participate in this sharing. If you have any question, you can write to me by email.
谢谢陈一松老师的又专业又实务的分享。那都有什么问题再麻烦各位指教。那掌柜的感谢老师今天分享实务。
Thanks for those presentations. We will now have a lunch break till 1:30. Please move to the lobby. The speech will begin at 1:30. Please come back in time. Thank you. 现在开始为午餐时间，请大家移动脚步到大厅，并在1:30准时回到座位，将进行下午场的国际演唱会。谢谢。
中午一样可以过去那个看一下我们今天的展场，包含 NASA 还有包含另外两家厂商。 他们认为说它验出来没有农药。
验证出来的，
都是生产。
因为坚持如果不对，你赶快规避，就要后面为什么那么讲的那么多？因为他认为说如果通过你会验证，这是可以的。
然后我们现在就跟那个啊，现在美国的那就是他们个人开发的方法，自己用，但是我们现在会开发方，就是比如说现在要有验证，大家提供开发一个方法，那现在是比较出来，以后标示哦，就是要100%可以标示，要不然就是标示是反向，行业这个这个那这个会这个标示。
这也就是说，定值的，因为如果照世界蜜蜂协会的标准，他认为我们农蜜收的要在农舍之下，所以其实要不然等一下你就会限制到很多真正蜂农。也就是说，因为他们认为国外认为说，蜂蜜就是要烘盖蜜，它就把它的蜜出来，它这个才是真蜜。如果你是用真空浓缩，什么方法都一样，这是假蜜，你把水分去掉也是假蜜。所以这个真的要小心，不要定到最后变成很多蜂农在搞不来，到时候这个有问题。
以后我还大家必须是跟那个养蜂协会这样。
对啊，那个他有坚持有他的道理，他也是说就是农民他们的困境，他们感受世界的蜜蜂都在农村啊，那个跟热死的那一样，那个是
应该说是为了上市后的，不然就会上市后。哎呀。有行为，先行为还有他那个他后面没有完全的收收。对了。
比如说有人说你主要来就是21、22、都没有问题，那可是因为这样子就被必须要送去农所，那送去农所的过程，我觉得更跑了那个比较跑一小楼那种，小楼在农所有碰到别人，然后然后不会农药有假蜜在里头，所以我的蜜我就宁可直接跟过滤出来。
所以大家可能一看好多大家那个小孩的，
那个真空对，他就说你这个如果到国外的那个标准，这是假蜜，所以这个提舌要很小心。啊，那你宁可就是说，如果20年以上，那我给他买的，
没有，它是可以卖，是跟不符合国家标准，但是它可以卖。因为目前那个蜂蜜没有验说它的那些成分啊，淀粉酶还是哪些，它是验说有没有农药，上市的品种会有。
那还有保护。
这样，他如果画了一个那个什么区别，那这个地方要发现一个又红这里又画了，然后我们这个只是看一下为什么加上因为加上是第三大的红绿色，第一是中国，第一中国很稳定，第二就是有问题。对，人家都在搞这个，那个他在办法会。我们在过去一定要是的，热油，有有新的。他有说为什么？
对，下午就是台大张建哲那一位，现在戴口罩那一位，所以他会来3个人，是有2个人会有报告。因为跟我们中心是关系企业，我们这张案子邀请他们来做演讲。
In this section, we welcome the chairman of Center for Sustainability, Nankai University, Dr. Yang Yu to our conference. 我们邀请第6位讲者，台湾糖业公司企划处张建成组长为我们分享循环经济在台糖。同时邀请南华大学永续中心同样的执行长担任这场的主持人。
The Honorable the keynote speaker of Zhang Jin. He's the dean of the Chinese Department, Taiwan Sugar Corporation. And we know Taiwan Sugar Corporation, in fact, in the future, in the past, they plant the sugar cane to produce the sugar before. But now, after very diversity management for many years, now they have made production such as circular building, organic farmer, and in addition, I think Taiwan company now they have do more things on circular economy. And today, I think Mr. Zhang will introduce the circular economy in Taiwan Sugar Corporation. Let's welcome Mr. Zhang. Please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to be invited to attend SSDGT. My name is Jin Chen, and currently I'm working in the Department of Planning at iSugar. And my work is to promote circular economy and also to fully support any circular economy related events at Taiwan Sugar Corporation. Usually, I know the first session after lunch is really tough because most people get sleepy, but I'll try my best to wake you up. First, I want to give special thanks to Nankai University for the opportunity to share our experience promoting circular economy in Taiwan Sugar Corporation. And the topic for my speech today is circular economy in Taiwan Sugar Corporation. I'll show you how the company has embraced circular economy concepts to redefine its business strategies and models for the next few years. iSugar is a government-owned business, and we take CSR, corporate social responsibility, seriously as a part of our business strategies and actively promote circular economy. During its early days, iSugar only focused on the production and sales of sugar and sugar byproducts. But to adapt to a changing business environment, our business scope has diversified in recent years. iSugar has established several new branches, and including livestock, agriculture, sugar making, biotechnology, leisure, petroleum, and also the marketing business divisions. As the biggest agriculture company and perhaps the biggest landlord in Taiwan, with iSugar fully realize the social responsibilities and expectations we bear. So we actively implement land development and property revitalization in Taiwan to benefit the whole country. Okay, iSugar develops transition strategies based upon several key concepts. Number one, we cooperate with government policy. In 2016, the Taiwanese government proposed the 5+2 Innovative Industries Plan, which serves as the central driver of Taiwan's industrial growth in the next era and forges a new model for sustainable development. And this plan, 5+2 plan, covers 7 industries and projects, including the nationwide promotion of new agriculture and circular economy. And number 2, as a government-owned company, our resources, including land, forest, crops, sugar canes, and pigs, belong to the country and all citizens as public resources for good use. Number 3, in order to establish a high-value industry, high sugar extracts more benefit from local biological resources, which we have unlocked through superior techniques, such as the full utilization of our sugar canes and pigs. In Chinese, we may say 全株利用 and 全正利用. And number 4 and 5, high sugar has also introduced the 5M, 1B concept, containing food, fertilizer, fuel, feed, fashion, and biomaterial to achieve the effectiveness in 6 E's: economy, environment, ecology, energy, employment, and education. So this product value pyramid categorizes the elements of product values into the levels of the pyramid, with those having more yields but low price at the base. For example, the ordinary agricultural products or the biogas, bioenergy. And those that has more commercial value higher up but less yield, like the very expensive medical supplies or the nutrition supplements. So in high sugar circular economy strategy, we upcycle waste materials from other industries or within our own business divisions and try to create higher values. Meanwhile, we are designing a new agriculture and circular economy blueprint for the short and mid-term circular economy goals. The blueprint is comprised of plant and animal cycles. We link methods for reusing and recycling different materials via physical technologies. That means only well-known and successful technologies we will take into consideration and resources and pursuing higher recycling and reuse value. We expect ourselves to be a circular economy pioneer and will accomplish this by setting more successful examples, meaning we'll try to complete these blocks and the lines step by step to make more visible and successful cases for Taiwanese to follow. Currently, high sugar has 4 major circular economy projects that are either done or in progress. They are circular economy in our sugar industry, Donghaifeng Agricultural Circulation Park, Oyster Shell Calcium Carbonate Material Factory, and the Shaolin Circular Village. So all of the projects are consumer oriented, and we hope these projects can lead to a more circular economy, high sugar, and Taiwan. So the first project is circular economy in our sugar making business. In our sugar making business, we utilize the resources recovered through recycling of sugar processing byproducts and the rest residuals to develop a circular economy value chain. For example, in high sugar, usually we harvest 500,000 tons of sugar canes every year. So after squeezing these sugar canes, we first got the byproduct for gas, 正渣 gas, which is used for biofuel or the organic fertilizers. And also, when we filter the canned juice, we will get some dirt or impurities. This material is called the sugar filter sludge. And this material is repurposed as soil conditioner. So we have many such sugarcane byproducts reused and recycling examples in Taiwan Sugar Corporation history. Thus, we can highlight 3 complete circular economy lines in the sugar making business. The first line is material cycle. The bagasse and the molasses tangmi, which are the impure syrups that cannot form sugar crystals. So bagasse and the molasses together, they can be used to do the organic composting. And also the filter sludge mentioned in the previous slide, it can be used as a plant fertile soil. So together, this material can improve the soil quality and can be replanted a large area of farmland. I think in the morning, the lady, I forgot her name, but she mentioned the importance of organic agriculture. So in Taiwan Sugar's sugarcane circular economy, we do accomplish this point. And the second line is the water cycle. The recycled water is from condensed water for canned juice distillation. In Chinese, we should say 冷凝水. Okay, and this water can be used in boilers and redirected to different process of sugar making. And the third line is energy cycle. Maybe you still remember the bagasse. About 70% of the bagasse are burned for CHP, combined heat and power. So the generated electricity power can be reused in our own sugar mills. We have 2 sugar mills. One is Shanghua sugar mills, and the other one is Wei sugar mills. They can generate about 10 million kilowatt hour per year, and this is quite sufficient for our 2 sugar mills on use. And also the heat similarly can be used in different process of our sugar making. So these 3 complete circular economy line together, they make a very successful and a long history circular economy practice in Taiwan Sugar Corporation. The second project is our green power pig farm, Donghai Agricultural Stimulation Park. Maybe some of you have visited there. So the circular economy concept of this pig farm include 2 parts: recycling biological waste like pig manures and recycling water. Co-digestion is the key feature of Donghai Park. The co-digestion process uses pig manures and urines as the primary source, and further incorporates with other agricultural waste material like lemon peels collected from nearby farms. And the anaerobic fermentation equipment converts the waste into biogas energy and organic fertilizers to achieve energy generation and resource recycling. And through advanced treatment, sludge digestates and digested liquid, the liquid part, can be reused and as source of organic fertilizers, which are more eco-friendly to our land. And water cycling is done by collecting wasted water from the pig farms and the rainwater capture from the park, followed by a separate storage and treatment system. The Treated water can then be reused for pig farm cleaning or for our park greenland watering. Okay, this table compares several ecological and economic benefits of the changes before and after the reconstruction of our Donghaifeng agricultural circulation park. For example, the rooftop solar panels were designed to generate 1.5 million kilowatt hour of electricity per year. And modern pig farms now use evaporative cooling systems to control in-pen temperature, so pigs can live happily and comfortably at about 24 to 28 degrees C. And these systems have reduced water usage by 83%, which is from 30 liters to only 5 liters per day per pig. And pig manures are now no longer a pollutant, but is the source of biogas, while the biogas power was estimated to be 2.3 million kilowatt hour per year. And the new park now can reduce its carbon emission by 2,000 metric tons per year. Additionally, we also organize environmental education tours and workshops to promote circular economy and introduce eco-friendly technologies in Donghaifeng to help companies and people go green. So, Thai Sugar expects to transform Donghaifeng into a zero waste, zero emission, and zero accident modern circular economy demo park, and from a greenhouse polluter to a renewable energy pioneer. In Thai Sugar, we still have the other 14 agricultural circulation parks under reconstruction. And our vision of these parks is to conduct both a biological cycle containing eco-friendly products like organic fertilizers, and also a phase 2 high-value cycle using pig blood, bones, organs for refinery to produce, say, medical supplies, if you still remember the value pyramid. Okay, the next project is an oyster shell upcycling plant. The purpose of this project is to construct a calcium carbonate biomaterial factory that meets the certification of feed and fertilizer to transform agricultural waste into valuable resources. And the capacity of this factory is about 50,000 tons of oyster shells per year, while producing 40,000 tons of calcium carbonate every year. The roadmap for our oyster shell factory has 3 phases. Phase 1 is the fundamental calcium carbonate production for the feed and the fertilizer industry. And phase 2 is the transition phase to high value added biotech products. And phase 3 will generate biological calcium carbonate for food and pharmaceutical grade products and bring to market. And later, our CEO of the biotechnology department will give another talk to give more details about this oyster shell factory. And the last major circular economy project is about circular construction. The Thai Sugar Shaolin Circle Village is the first of its kind in Taiwan, focusing on circular economy concepts in the construction environment. This project combines several novel circular building ideas, like using performance based payment models instead of ownership. In Chinese, it should be 以租代售. That means customers rent units from Thai Sugar, but they do not buy the units. And also, a large number of building materials are recyclable, and we also established materials passports, so every piece of the building materials can be tracked in the database. And flexibility, an innovative business model like resource sharing. You bike, we bike, whatever bike, we have a similar kind of service in this village in the campus. And also flexibility in construction. Building materials are easily assembled and disassembled like Legos. And the circulatory system of water resources, which is rain and the gray water recycling system. And the last, food circulation. We also perform the kitchen waste recycling in the village. This village is estimated to open in July this year, so probably in the third quarter of this year, Nanhua University will consider to arrange a tour today. Okay, this slide shows the 3D structure of the circle village. This this site is 10 minutes away from the Thailand HSR, high-speed rail station with a total of 351 railroad units. In this project, we categorize the idea of circularity into a few aspects, including green energy, like the solar panels, and new agriculture, urban farming or root farming, and water management, the rainwater collection, and also some other circular economy models. For example, the repair workshop, the circular economy demo house, the co-working workspace, and so forth. So we hope to construct buildings with a focus on circularity and sustainability, which provide residents a healthy living environment. Okay, so this slide nicely summarizes Thai Sugar's missions and what we have accomplished for circular economy. We followed the 5F1B rule and are implementing the 6E activities. For example, we set up solar panels and biogas power plant for renewable energy. We also provide environmental education opportunities for education. So all of these initiate positive change in our industries and further accelerate the industrial upgrade and transformation of Thai Sugar and Taiwan. So in conclusion, the investment of Thai Sugar in circular economy is investing in the future of Taiwan. Thai Sugar promotes circular economy and thus supports ecology and economy in Taiwan. And development of circular economy must be step by step. And with Thai Sugar is confident in our ability to lead the change. Thai Sugar is also converting to a circular economy enterprise. We attempt to establish a zero waste and zero pollution industrial model. And through circular economy, we show the impact of Thai Sugar on Taiwan and increase the international competitiveness of both Thai Sugar and Taiwan. So thank you very much for your attention. If you have any further questions and we are unable to discuss later today, please also feel free to contact me via my email address or office phone number here. Thank you very much. And hopefully, after the presentation and my conclusion, I somehow encourage people to buy more high sugar products. Thank you. Nice day.
I think Mr. Zhang gave a very excellent speech. And here I have presentation to thanks Mr. Zhang for his very good. I think maybe you have many questions about the production, but later in the end of the day, we have a discussion section. Later you can ask more questions about this topic. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Next, please give a warm welcome to our second keynote speaker, who is the chairman of Biotechnology Business Division, Taiwan Sugar Corporation. His topic is oyster shell recycle use. In this section, we welcome the Senior Specialist of Soil and Water Conservation Bureau, Council of Agriculture, Guo Fenghuang, to be our moderator. 接下来我们邀请第7位讲者，台湾糖业公司生物科技事业部孙明明执行长为我们分享牡蛎可多元化再利用。同时，我们邀请农委会的水土保持局黄国峰兼任记者担任这场的主持人。
大家好，接下来这个主题是要跟大家谈有关 oyster shell， 刚刚前一个主讲有稍微提了一下。oyster shell field in Taiwan and principle is usually from Zhang Farm in Jiayi, Thailand, and next subject and talk about oyster shell recycle use. And speaker Taiwan Sugar Corporation, Sun Lin Lin, next.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Lin Lin Sun. I am from the Biotechnology Business TSC。为了让我的演讲更有效率，所以我以下也使用我的母语。我首先提到就是牡蛎可多元化利用，大家一定会有一个，就是说，这种东西它是一个废弃物，为什么把它变成是一个资源物？那我们以前会有一句话叫做化腐朽为神奇。那基本上来讲，这个就是要去化腐朽为神奇的一个做法。那当然，我今天跟大家提到的最主要就是一个商业模式怎么去运作。我想很多东西有技术、有工厂，但是后续我怎么把它建构变成是一个商业模式，我想是大家比较关心的。好，我今天要报告的最主要这几项：第一个前沿，然后还有台糖生技在循环经济的发展，还有牡蛎可再利用的商业模式，包括那我们主要的业务就是保健食品、美容保养品。还有现在新开始进行的所谓的生技材料研发、生产、销售。那我们本身除了有制造自己的产品、自有品牌产品，另外也有制造所谓跟外界合作所谓的OEM 的一个模式。好，那我们最主要在做这些的一个开发产品的过程中，我们最主要都使用到所谓的本土的农渔业的产品来做一个标的，因为这样我可以确保原料的来源是 OK 的，而且我借由这个过程中，我尽量要达到所谓全蔬全鱼全科的一个利用模式。等一下我再做一个再深入的介绍。那最主要是实现6级产业，因为我们知道6级产业是1、2、3，一级是农业，2级是所谓的生产，三级是所谓销售。那我们最主要当然一个国营企业，一方面是公司的政策，一方面政府的政策，我们会去追寻，所以现在大概比较热门的绿电部分，我们大概也都在做，而且我们是要朝向人类自主的一个目标。 块来讲，我们对本土的农渔的一个副产品，最主要是要达到所谓多元化利用，减少被弃置，因为很多被弃置以后，它就变成是污染，然后造成环境的污染，所以这一部分来讲，其实是一个有很大的空间，而且借由这个过程中也创造了很多的商机。这里刚才就有提到就一个是全猪利用，因为海洋公司养很多的猪，那这个猪来讲，它可以做多方面，除了当然它的猪肉可以被食用以外，它还有其他那些东西可以再利用。所以基本上来讲，这是一个好的一个应该说商业模式。好，还有一个是全语，嘉义沿海这边其实很多养殖的各种不同的东西，所以这种东西它除了也是食用，它是不是还有其他更多的可以利用？还有前科也是一样所以这些都是我们可以去探讨的一个主题。再来就是刚才提到最主要的牡蛎可再利用的一个模式。那牡蛎可这个等一下会提到，它其实就是一个绿化然后再来以猪代购的一个模式，跟刚才我们的另外一个是一个两者比大。再来就是绿电这一部分，我们事业部其实也有在进行另外，我们能源效益部分，我们也导入了所谓的绿色生产部分还有一个就是我们建筑物，不管是生技厂或是材料厂，都是以绿建筑为主。来，我们看一下什么叫全猪利用。刚才提到我们有很丰富的养猪，那这个在养猪的过程中，它除了当然我们就是要它的猪肉猪肉，但是一只100公斤的猪，它不是只有猪肉以外，它还有其他的东西，可能有骨头、有内脏，还有其他那些有的没有的那所以在这种情况下，我们去利用这个去探讨，它还有很多具有高经济价值可以去被利用。比如说猪皮，我们知道它有丰富的胶原蛋白，猪肝因为以前的人就觉得猪肝是滋补的还有一个是什么？猪血，还有猪胆，还有猪胎盘，这个它其实基本上都是一个不错很好的东西，只是也许没有被很充分的利用，或是被丢弃。那这个过程中，我们利用再去把它再回收、再利用，那其实这个像刚才提到，我们免费的是化妆品或者是饼就我们今天看到的猪胎盘还有猪皮这一块，这个本身我就把它进行萃取，变成是化妆品的一个原料来利用。我们也做到食品部分的。那另外是猪肝部分，猪肝部分它刚才提到这个老祖宗对于说猪肝它其实很滋补，这个是一个长辈的养生经验。那我们今天利用生技的一个技术去把它萃取以后变成肝精，那这个来讲就是我们以传统的经验来进入更深入的所谓的科学化的制成而且我们最主要把一些不好的东西去除，比如说现在很怕什么胆固醇再来是猪胆，猪胆这个来讲，其实就是以前长辈的一个经验，像我家里在那一辈的，他们以前没有洗发精，没有洗发精的怎么办？头发脏了怎么办？就是去菜奇亚杯子一大，弄破了，然后来作为那个洗头发用。那当然这个它是一个天然，今天我们就把它的精髓拿出来利用，把它的一些胆汁或是胆盐这部分拿来做一些萃取，再来调配。那这个事实上也获得2019年台湾军火经济的创新奖。再来是全语部分，就是因为先前我们跟业者有一些合作它有一些让我们做加工。那当然了，它是在一条鱼被利用过程中，它产生的鱼鳞，还有当然它自己现在鱼肚在贩售。那我们又把它其他那些产物呢，我们拿萃取变成鲜鱼萃取物这是像是鱼精。那当然鱼鳞这一块我们也在利用了好，现在接下来就进入到我们的全科利用。全科利用这一块，全科利用这一块来讲，我们最主要商业模式大概有这几个架构，就是第一个，我们要建立它的产业供应链再来就是说，我们要有一个工厂 所谓牡蛎壳的加工，再利用工厂，我们把它称为叫生技材料。那经过商转以后呢，我们让它制成可以优化，优化对我的绿色生产的一个模式。还有一个是我们的管理技能要取得验证，包括我们跟下游厂商用，也许是做 B to B 的，把这材料让他们做下阶段的一个利用，让它可以更多元化。然后呢，产品的销售要走向国际化，再来甚至我们可以把整厂的一个建厂，包括营运的模式去进行相关的一个技转 know-how 的一个模式，就是分批。好，我们首先从牡蛎壳的牡蛎的原料供应来看起哦。这个所谓全科利用，其实我们先前已经有在利用牡蛎了，因为牡蛎在台湾的沿海，它的一个产值是非常大的，它是沿海养殖第一名。它一年的产值呢，将近44亿。这44亿的过程中，我们最初我们是拿牡蛎的一个肉，因为我们一般大家都会讲的鹅啊，鹅啊，然后鹅啊煎啊这样，我们是把它的鹅啊再拿来萃取，把它一些成分萃取出来以后呢，因为它基本上它有一些护肝的功能，我们跟血一起把它变成是健康食品，这个我们拿到认证。那既然这样子走了以后，它这个呢，这个壳好像没有被利用，变成气质。那所以在过程中，我们怎么再去把它利用？所以也许经有一个再加工煅烧或者呢，让它这个特征可以被多元化的利用。再来我们看一下，刚才提到牡蛎为什么是台湾养殖最大的种类？其实台湾养殖这一块非常厉害。国外大概看到什么加拿大啦、纽西兰，大概要养到年。那台湾因为是受到台风啊、海虫这些因素影响，所以呢，一般我们的鱼品养就是6个月到8个月。那在这个过程中呢，它其实是一个什么？一个壳，然后呢，它会有这些科苗会附上去，附上去以后，它会慢慢这个壳会长大，会长大。它为什么长大呢？它是因为牡蛎，它在这个壳，它就是利用水中的二氧化碳来去合成所谓的碳酸钙。刚才各位有没有记得里面？在澳洲的那个烟岛那个演讲里面，他有讲到二氧化碳的部分，这个其实它就是一个负担作用，所谓的碳捕捉的一个过程。所以其实这个来讲是一个很好的效应，它是在帮我们人类减少二氧化碳，这个是一个这么一个重要的。所以这样一下来，它慢慢长大。那我刚才提到，台湾这个只要6个月到8个月，像现在就开始是一个收成期。到10月到11月左右，再来就是刚才提到的这个重点，牡蛎除了当然可以供给肉吃，它的壳里面含有90到95%的碳酸钙，所以这个碳酸钙来讲，它是怎么来？就是在它的这个过程中，生产过程中，它去形成吸收海水中二氧化碳，来把它捕捉变成是碳酸钙。所以这是一个很好的固碳效应因为我们知道，其实今天地球的一些细胞异常或相关的其实最主要是来自于我们人类对二氧化碳的一个原有的恒定把它破坏了。我们将地里的很多什么碳啊和那个镁啊或是石油啊这种把它燃烧后，让它变成二氧化碳放出来。包括当然我们人类的增加。由原先可能是10几亿的人口，现在变成70、80亿的人口，那这个我们都要呼吸嘛，还有包括我们饲养很多动物，为了吃它的肉，所以在这个过程中，它放出二氧化碳、沼气，这些都是所谓的温室气。那今天呢，会把这个减降下来，就是植物我们让它光合作用，光合作用后，它可以吸收二氧化碳，变成所谓的淀粉纤维还有物质素这些。那动物呢，它是吃的植物，但是动物它会不会有去把二氧化碳去除的效果？有，就只有这个介壳类，就是牡蛎。牡蛎的话，它可以把水中的二氧化碳把它减少。那这个过程中，它就对我们地球就是有帮助，所谓的固氮的效果。这个刚才提到是碳循环部分，那另外一块是钙循环，它本身在抓这个二氧化碳下来的过程中，其实就是一个钙在不断的循环，刚才提到变成是二氧化碳酸钙，碳酸钙，但是碳酸钙它借有高 多元方案好不好呢？其实对体是比较不友善的。好，那当然第一个，你如果这时候再加水以后，它变成熟食味，就是氢氧化钙，这是强碱，但是这个是弱碱。当你如果熟食味再把二氧化碳高进去后，它又会变成是碳酸钙，所以它这是一个循环。所以其实这一个是一个很好玩，它里面兼顾了所谓的碳循环跟所谓的钙循环两者兼顾。那好，刚才提到了，因为这样的一个循环，我们知道我们借由我们去收集这些鱼米所产出剥壳后剩下的这些牡蛎壳，变成是一个供应链来供应给我们。接下来你当然要有一个什么工厂，你要工厂去做一些加工处理，让它变成后端可以用的使用的一些产品。好，这个产品是下游厂商的一个原料。好，那我们在这里就是在盖了一个干生技厂。好，这是它的一个外观。好，刚才大概我前面那个是一个也有提到。那这个是我一个基本的资料。哦，大概当时盖的时候其实也花了大概1亿7左右，然后建厂时间其实是蛮短，大概到半年，不到1年。好，那大概1.7公顷，那第一次制成4万公顷的可可粉，然后这个本身它是绿建筑保护的。那你看我们的生技厂还是材料厂都是绿建筑的一个模式去设计的，这是台湾第一座的一个牡蛎壳的加工厂。那这个本身厂区呢，它就是环保节的，我设置有自动去收集来作为水库嘛。哦，它大概可以收集到418吨的水。哦，然后我屋顶大概用射开发电的装置，可以1年发电11.5万吨。好，那本身我们在生技厂这边其实也都有，我们1年大概用到大概300万度的电，但是我们现在如果整个架构起来，我1年的电的一个供应量呢，发电的话大概在240到250万度左右，所以我已经将近快达到用电的80%。好，那当然这是卖给台电的，台电的价格比较好。哦，另外一块是使用所谓的它是绿电嘛，刚才还有一个是使用天然气为燃料，因为我知道天然气来讲，它最主要是它没有硫化物的排出，还有一个它的氯重物是比较低的，另外一块是它相较于之下，它的二氧化碳的排出量也比较低。好，再来是我们厂区的生产设备。好，刚才提到天然气做燃料是环保，然后它本身集成，它可以去除氯重大概99.91%，然后是干料进场，就是它牡蛎壳是干的，没有再经过啊，还有包括它是要求是后续领域是零废气、零污染、零事故的目标。那本身我们相关的那个都是自动化的。比如说我进料以后，然后把它经过的出萃，再筛选后，经过的煅烧，煅烧以后把它冷却下来以后，再把它细萃，然后做不同的包装。哦，那这个来讲，它本身这个牡蛎壳它有个特性，它是有多孔状的。哦，因为先前刚才提到牡蛎壳它是碳酸钙，但是其实呢，碳酸钙有一个来源，就是来自哪里？来自于像那个蛋白质，像很多我们知道东部有挖了一个大坑啊，那个羊的哦，那个其实就是蛋白质。好，那当然这个情况下它是比较不友善。那它牡蛎壳它的特性就是它比较多孔之后呢，它具有吸收力，对净化水的作用，这是它最大的不同。哦，那底下还有像什么？它是落井，可以去平衡土壤，酸碱值啊，防止土壤酸化。因为我们知道化学肥料用多了，就是会土壤酸化。那它本身这个就可以作为土壤的改良剂，或是牡蛎壳添加在饲料里面，会提高那个它钙的量。然后对于一些产蛋的一个家禽类，像鹅啊、鸡啊、鸭这些，会使它硬度比较够。这个是这2个都是传统，现在来用在饲料跟肥料。那这个后续我们去做一个相关的开发，因为我刚才提到磷，我们就把它去除有个好处，因为磷在水中会造成氧化，那所以它等于说它有净化水质的效果。好，这个我们这个是20公斤1吨的哦，所以我们在多元化利用的时候， 其实我会先循着所谓的碳酸钙的一些使用模式哦，因为碳酸钙依照工业的调查哦，它基本上来讲一年大概是在30万吨左右了哦。那我刚才提到了哦，牡蛎壳它本身跟蛋白质其实程度是大概差不多哦。那第二个应用在更多，比如说应用在肥料、饲料，这个是原先蛋白质在用的哦。那可以用在轮胎哦，比如说增加它的韧性，然后比较耐磨。那建材部分怎么样呢？然后滤材哈，还有造纸也是可以增加易性。那油漆等就是一些环美哦，也有一些隔热效果，还有塑胶原料哦，织品可以什么有一些凉感好的效果，还有保健食品、陶瓷这些点，我把它盘点一下，将58项的一个不同产业的应用，所以可以说是非常好的一个素材。哦，你看啊，哦，这个是东部包的一个大坑啊，然后这个都对水保其实是一个大破坏。那我们今天是把这些人家丢弃在外面的什么这些废弃物拿来做再利用啊，大概是这样。好，我们来看一下未来发展。未来发展来讲，基本上我刚才讲，我们希望多元化利用啊，除了原有饲料的领域以外，我们希望导入建材、生活用品、用品、工业用品等啊这些。那另外一块，我们希望把它走向国际化。我们呢规划在今年到明年之间完成 ISO 9001、4501还有 BS801的验证。我们希望它变成是一个绿色产品。哦，绿色产品来讲，就是它本身它怎样，它的碳排放到它的碳足迹是比较少。那在这个过程中，是对我们社会是有益的，而且也对公部门绿色采购所接受。包括后续有些应用厂商，它可能要向国外，尤其我们的电子业，在欧洲它很讲究所谓的碳足迹这一块，哦，才有办法被它接受作为那个供应商，哦，所以我们也希望这样可以跟国际的一个市场来做进行相关的结合。然后另外一个就是，假设我们进入到一个程度，也许就把我们进入技术输出哦，这一部分它就是一些技术还有经验，它把它变成 know-how 往外哦。还有一块就是所谓的什么，我们最主要是要宣导所谓的循环经济的一个理念。我们希望把我们的一个材料厂，甚至到生技厂，规划为环境教育的认证场地，继而这样的宣导让民众了解，如果将废弃物转化为资源再利用。那当然这一块我们就是在跟南华大学做相关的工作，因为南华大学这边有很充分的经验，例如在教育机构的，还有包括把它怎么申请取得所谓环教场地这一部分。那我们也希望借由这样子，让更多人了解哦，那可以把这些循环经济的理念把它推广出去，包括所谓环境教育部分，让大家更知道怎么去利用这些废弃物。好，那再来就是刚才提到它多元化。刚才提到的，就是它的稀有、欧洲进水这几块。哦，举个例来讲，现在已经大概有猫砂，因为我们知道猫砂有的很多都是用那个塑胶为例，它这个来讲，其实本身就是我们希望减速这一块猫砂，它我们用一个它本身的多重，那它就是来自自然，这个把它回归，用完以后把它回归自然。另外一块是所谓植草砖，植草砖我们大概会觉得。要纳的为什么会用到植草砖？植草砖比较发生什么问题？长青苔。那长青苔的时候过程中，它就会很容易，有小黑蚊。那小黑蚊的过程中，这个来讲是大家比较不喜欢，因为这个会造成环境不好。那如果我们这植草砖，我们可以把它加入牡蛎壳，一方面青苔不会长，哦，那在这种过程中，我们就达到另外一个效果，哦，这个很基本的。还有一块塑胶也好多厂商在那，他希望做成是环保塑胶，就生物可分解。还有一块就是所谓的那个抗菌塑胶，哦这一块。还有一块就是再来就是饲料肥料，这个我就不用再讲，因为这一部分来讲，它现在其实我们也在考虑要不要进去，因为它其实是一个红海市场。就那个来讲，它希望是成本低。那我们这个来讲，我们现在是跟这些渔民收购，事实上我们有自己的一定成本。好，那我们希望比较高价走，这个也是可以跟原有的那个农牧会去做相关的一个那个跟 做一个区隔。再来就是生活用品，生活用品部分刚才提到都在细致，因为它本身在欧透稀有部分它其实有很大的价格。还有园艺造景部分，园艺造景部分来说，我们现在自己事业部也这样用，因为我们把这个牡蛎壳做那个类似软石一样铺设。那铺设的时候，因为牡蛎壳它有个特性，怎样呢？等一下我们看到，先看这个，这个是一般我们知道的什么？克斯特定级洞。那一般这种来讲，它就是10微的时候，水它可以下去，所以它是所谓透水性的物材。但是怎样呢？跟那个什么不一样？跟水跟那个火也不一样，因为我们知道现在很多我们下完以后，这个水下不到地下去补充地下，但是呢，它变成是洪水四处蔓延，这个不好。所以其实这一部分我们可以利用很多的什么，牡蛎壳的利用可以变成它过滤完它那些水，有可以利用在什么污水的处理，然后让它变成干净的水被过滤以后渗透到地下水，去补充地下水。其实这一部分有一些是什么仿生的概念，仿生的概念。那另外这个我们已经有在用了而且很多在它不会长杂草，所以这个来讲其实也是一个好处那我们现在提到，那另外建材部分刚才有提到，其实有一些建材它其实也试着把它混进去，因为一方面可以降低它添加水的量，那这个可以降低它的热含值，另外它有隔热、有防焰的效果，所以这部分来讲，那我们也在跟相关项目。来进行相关的研究，还有一块就是所谓污水处理，像还有防腐部分因为刚才提到，它可以把那些杂质过滤，然后让干净水渗透到底下去。所以如果各位去那个克斯特地形，就是那个溶洞，那像越南的下龙湾还是那个发现的水会清澈基本上是这种情形。那当然还有一块，你会发现好像没有蚊子，因为它那个来讲会把这个所以这是刚才提到的，一方面建构原料的供应，再来盖一个厂从有硬体到软体把它设置了管理系统，再来就是通路整后端的应用。当然，其实在这个过程中，我们去发展所谓的均衡也是满目心酸的当然，一方面会跟不上我们的一个均衡经济的发展趋势。那我们后续投入者。我举个例来讲，像我在那个摘要里面写到说，我们的营运执照到现在没拿到，我已经第9个月。从去年的7月完工以后6月底到现在还没有拿到，那我实在心急如焚的所以是这种情况。当然，因为在政府机关，它很多本来的运转，很多都是程序，或是有一些人不大了解，那当然我们也需要后续更加快，不然大家可以怎么去？赶快可以投入这个新的产业那当然还有一块是，因为我们工厂去处理这个废弃物，当然当时盖这个厂，其实被民众视为隐蔽设施，而遭民众陈抗跟阻挠。这个我们为了这个厂的厂址3000，从东石到大理到永康，这是大概一些还包括我办了好几场的6场的说明会然后其实在做这个方面还是在，因为它是一个废弃物没错。但是怎样，这个原料你怎么去收集，当然可以有效的供应我们的一个变成一个供应链，后端你才有办法应用的商业模式。那你不要很多很远的，你就去做，可能就没有效率，因为很多都被运费吃掉了。还一块，因为我们的牡蛎壳它本身是农产品，它本身就存在很大的差异，所以你后端如果要高端应用，刚才提到可能有食品有医材有药品这些是高端应用，没错，它价值很高，但是重点是在于说，你要让它可以标准化，所谓标准差要变小，你才有办法后端去应用，让你的产品可以稳定，不然的话你做出来没有办法去稳定供应，这个商业模式是假的，没有办法去达成。那牡蛎壳其实现在就有这种状况，那我们现在也试着再去把它建立，然后 把它可以把它处理好。那当然这一块就是建立起来就是我们的 know-how。好，结论，我们的循环经济是一个新兴产业，所以除了本身它是对我们环境是友善以外，更是一个新的商业模式。我们欢迎大家一起来听。好，那当然牡蛎壳它是一个农业会记录，我们把它转成资源以后再利用，避免了环境的脏乱，而且创造新商机，来使更多的产品创造新的技能。这种呢，我们也可以再找出更多的元素。其实我们现在已经针对大理当地的一些像废竹啊，还是有其他的那种，我们希望再做更多的投入。那当然，首先现在的一个什么目标还是把这一个再做一个聚焦，赶快把它变得多元化，让它产生实际的效益出来。哦，那最终我引用我们前面董事长的一句话，我们前面董事长王义正他讲过，一个人走会走得比较慢，一群人一起走，这个路会走得更快，还有更长。以上是我的报告，谢谢。
我们非常谢谢孙明孙执行长。花样早上开幕，我刚好也来自行政院农业委员会水土保持局嘛。那我们农委会还有2个单位，一个是渔业署，我想渔业署应该给他鼓励一下。我们渔业署的张署长也是 7-Eleven 啊，他也很善用我们所有的营业的设施资源，真的是很酷啊。刚刚听到Oyster Shell 这个鹅蛙卡牡蛎壳哈，它有多功能的用途。那除了这种我们讲的肥料啦、饲料之外，可能还有其他更宽广的用途。他刚刚这样一番想建一个厂，把这样的一个资源再利用，真的是循环或是永续的一个开端。那我们也祝福他的厂能够早日通过哈。那我们感谢他，谢谢。
We also thank Dr. Huang to the author of this session.
Now let's give a warm welcome to our 8th keynote speaker, who is the Managing Director of BSI, Recent Standards Institution East Asia, Xu Sanhu. His topic is Circular Economy Strategy under Global Risks. In this section, we welcome the Executive Director of Winning Entrepreneurs Alliance, Zhi Ming Huang, to be our moderator. 接下来我们邀请第8位讲者 BMS 英国标准协会东亚区朴树善总经理为我们分享全球风险下的循环经济策略。同时邀请威亚风险咨询顾问公司洪志怡总经理担任这场的主持人。
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ernest Wang. It's my pleasure to be the moderator of the next speech. The topic is circular economy strategy under global risk. As we know, the climate change is one of the global risks, and also there are many other risks we should concern. The speaker today is Peter Wu. Peter is the managing director of BSI, Northeast Asia. As we know, BSI is a very famous international center of innovation, and Peter has many professional specialties, especially in risk management, ESG, CSR, business continuity management. Now, let's welcome Peter on the stage. Thank you.
Hello everyone. I'm Peter. Thank you very much for the introduction. Yeah. I'm looking for BSI, British Standard Institution, responsible for the management of Northeast Asia. So before the COVID-19, I need to travel Korea and Japan many times. So the COVID-19 for me is, I think it's good. I can stay in Taiwan. I think today is very special. We have discussed with the security strategy under the global risk. Before my presentation, if I ask a question, what is the biggest risk in 2021 or 2022? What is the biggest risk for your organization, for your country? And what is the biggest risk for you? What do you think? I think most of the view is not easy to answer clearly, right? Yeah, because I think the biggest risk for us is we don't know what is our biggest risk. What is our risk? Yeah, this is not true because the global is facing on uncertainty and unexperienced situation. So I think how to define our strategy to protect our business, protect our assets is very important. I think circular economy is very useful information. So if you would like to understand the future management trend, I will encourage you to visit BSI office. You will find a lot of useful information and standard, including the corporate governance, including the risk management and information security. Okay, so today my agenda will include, first I would like to introduce the BSI, British Standard. It's one of the international standard organization, and the headquarters in London. And then I will share you a very important global risk report, the WEF Global Risk Report, every year published in January. I reviewed this report for more than 10 years. It's very, very useful. And then I will introduce BSI 8001, the international standard as the Taiwan Sugar Cooperative Nation. And this is the first international standard for circular economy. And I remember the Dong Haifeng already got the certificate. So well done. And this standard includes very important concept. It's very systematic thinking. So I think this is very good methodology in this standard. And then I will introduce the 6 principles of the circular economy. And the final, I will introduce the 8th stage, the flexible framework to support organization to implement the circular economy system. And BSI is a well-known international standard organization, the headquarters in London, and founded in 1901. And every year publish more than 2,500 standards. It's a huge standard level every year. So, for example, in Taiwan, most of the organizations adopt some standard. For example, ISO 9001, quality management system. So actually, this standard was published, I think, 40 years ago already. And the 40,001 environmental management system, and ISO 27001 information security management system. You can see a lot of very popular and famous standards around us. So every year you can get a lot of information from BSI. And in terms of global risk report, I highly recommend the WEF global risk report. This report launched in January every year. This report used a very simple methodology. The global risk report divided all risk into 5 categories. 5 categories. The first category is green. That means environmental risk. The very high likelihood and very high consequence. So it's in the right up column is the biggest risk. I put the 2020 and the 2021 global risk report to make it very easy to compare with the risk the movement. That's with very useful speed. You can see the environmental risk, including the climate action failure, extreme weather, and this one is biodiversity loss. Yeah, I think you know when the Earth's temperature increase 1.5 degree, it's around 20% the biodiversity will occur. Yeah, so this is very important risk here. And the natural disaster and the human environmental disaster. So this is the first time all top 5 risks all belong to the environmental risk. So that means the global, the Earth is facing very big challenges at this moment. The second one is the purple area. This is we call technology risk. Only 3. The number 1 is cyber security, cyber attack. Yeah, do you know what kind of attack in Taiwan is the biggest challenge, biggest issue for cybersecurity news? Yeah, ransomware. Yeah. Ransomware by social engineering method to send an email, and you open this email, you will get the virus. And the DDoS, yeah, deny your service. So this is very terrible because we know the advancement of technology development, but also bring a lot of risk for us. Yeah. The second one is the data fraud. You know the data including our business secret and personal information. So the privacy issue and the fraud issue is getting worse for us. And the third one is information infrastructure breakdown. That means we rely on the very important infrastructure, including water, energy, electricity, network, telecommunication. So you know the information war will focus on the key information infrastructure, especially the strong cyber attack capability all belong to the China, Russia, and North Korea. Yeah, so this is really terrible for us. And the rest of 3 categories, the blue one is economic risk, such as physical disaster, asset bubble, yeah, unemployment. Yeah. This is economic risk. And the orange is social risk, such as the few children, the aging society, and the food disaster, something like that. And the amber is geopolitical risk, such as the trade war between USA and China. Yeah. The WEF told us last 3 category risks already combined together. Yeah, very rely on each other. So it's very terrible. I would like to share you my experience. Do you remember the 2008 the financial disaster, and the next year, you can see the top risk all belong to group. So if you every year, if you check the global risk report, when the group move forward to the right side, that means the economic situation is not very well. You have to very carefully to avoid the invoice, the Brexit, to protect your asset, protect your money, protect your business. Yeah. So let's see the 2021. Unfortunately, the top risk still green, environmental risk. Is very similar to 2020. But here, increase new infections in disease. I think this is COVID-19. But I don't worry about this because from the past experience, if suddenly appear new risk, sometimes will disappear very soon. so I have confidence maybe from next year we will be more safe than now. And for you see that this is technical risk. You remember the 2020, the number one is a cyber attack. But for 2021, this will become the cyber security failure. That means we cannot protect our cyber security very well. So this is very terrible for us. The second area, you remember that in 2020 we have data fraud, the risk, but in 2021, all data, tons of data, turned into digital. So we have two risks related with the digital. The first one is digital power concentration. That means that some country the digital power is very strong, but the business is the stronger is getting stronger. So, but the worse is getting worse. Yeah, so you can see why the USA will defend the China very aggressive because the digital power concentration is a new risk. And this one is the digital inequality. It's similar to this one. I think the stronger is getting stronger. Yeah, so let's keep in mind. And this is same as 2020. It's IT infrastructure breakdown. Yeah. So it's still very challenging for us. And you can see the rest of the three categories: the economic risk, the social risk, and the geopolitical risk is still combined together. From this year, you have very carefully. We will be facing a new risk, debt crisis, because most of the country, just like the USA, the QE, spend a lot of money. So this will become the debt crisis. And due to COVID-19, a lot of industry impacted a lot, such as airline industry and the travel agency. So we are post livelihood crisis. A lot of the people lost the job, lost the revenue, lost the income. Yeah, so we have very carefully for the future development. So in terms of a time frame, I will very easy to let you understand the trend, the critical threat to the world for coming 2 years. I think that this will be social impact, including the employment and the livelihood disaster, digital inequality. So this is very easy to understand for coming 2 years what the risk we will be facing. And for coming 3 to 5 years will become economic risk from social impact to economic risk. Very important is asset bubble. Asset bubble. You know the house pricing is increased very incredible. Yeah, but for coming 3 to 5 years, the global risk report tells us be careful. The asset bubble will occur. And the pricing will instability, such as raw material, such as the stock, something like that. Yeah, so so you see the every country 股市都很高，要小心。Global risk report mentioned this many times for coming 3 to 5 years. But this is not the worst case. The worst case is for the coming 5 to 10 years. We will lose the biodiversity, the natural resources, and the climate action failure. That means this will change from the social impact to economic impact to environmental impact. So very important is this year, 2030. It's only 10 years for us. It's a very critical year. Why I say 2030 is a very critical year. I will show you what is our impact in the 2030. In terms of different areas, the first one I would like to share is the technology sustainability. This is a very promising growth area. You know, 2030, we will enter the 6G era. You know, at this moment, we just start from 5G, but every 10 years, we'll enter to next generation very fast. The technology is incredible area. And the auto driving, self-driving car will enter level 5. This year is level 3. Level 3, that means we needed the driver to control the car. But after 5 years, we will become the level 4. Level 4 means we don't need the driver, but we still have the control mechanism for car. But in 2030, we will enter the level 5. That means we no longer need the driver. So this is very experienced situation for us. And the new energy or renewable energy vehicle will account for 20%. You can see the Tesla, the Apple car, and the Volkswagen, the NIH. Yeah, so I have confidence to maybe we can exceed that number. And AI service robot will very mature. You know, 5 years ago, BSI published a standard for AI for robot. The standard is for the robot ASIC. To ask the developer, when you develop the AI technology, you will be very careful to manage the robot, very careful to avoid the robot damaging the human. Yeah, so very interesting for this. So I think at the main time we don't need the girlfriend. We just need a robot, yeah, to make us happy. So my focus is that the technology sustainable is very promising. So if you would like to invest in technology industry, I think that's okay. In coming 10 years, it's very good. But for environmental, I think this is very challenging. You know, the UN IPCC organization report shows 2030 will be the end of global warming. That means the global will increase temperature achieved 1.5 1.5 billion. It seems we cannot control very well. And you know the UN SDGs defines 17 objectives. If you look at the next 17 objectives, you can see the data all will by 2030. You have to achieve that's objective. Otherwise, we cannot have a sustainable future. And net zero, this is a very hot topic. That means the global net carbon emission must be reduced to 45% of 2010 by 2030. You have confidence we can achieve. I think never achieve from Tokyo agreement to Paris assignment. Never achieve. So, but we hope so. So we need to adopt some action immediately to improve this, or otherwise we cannot achieve the net zero target by 2050. And but the government and our client, we are asked the supply chain to fulfill the requirement. So you can see Apple require all suppliers have to use the 100% renewable energy before 2030. That's why the TSMC the purchase all the renewable energy in the future. So they are terrible for you. Yeah. The environmental sustainability. So that's why I think 4 years ago, the BSI published a standard, BSI 8001, provide a framework for implementing the principle of circular economy in organization. In Taiwan, there are around 10 organizations that have been certified by this standard. So I have confidence that we can do more. We can do better than before. Yeah. Why we publish this standard? Because in the past experience, you know, the linear economy, that means we take the raw material and production, makes product, and then after use we dispose less waste. That means the linear economy will increase a lot of waste and loss of a lot of energy and material. So we needed to change the thinking and the approach from the linear economy to circular economy to make use and reuse, recycle a lot of methodology. Yeah. So this is very important part in this standard. For circular economy concept, before so we published the standard, I think most of the organizations it's difficult to have a good concept for the circular economy. So from my personal view, this standard is very logical and very provide a good, very systematic thinking approach. For example, the 7 concepts. The first one is performance economy. That means the sales performance rather than product. Just like the Taiwan Sugar mentioned, you don't need to get the ownership. You just use them and pay for ratio. And the second one is by mimicry. We learn from nature. This is a very important area. The next one is natural capital. Yeah, how to protect all the resources from the nature. And this is industry, ecology, and symbiosis. And organization is waste and byproduction are raw material for another. That means my waste maybe can become to the organization. Yeah, this is a cradle to cradle and the regenerative design, the system renew and the regenerative energy and the blue economy. I will show you some example. You can see a lot of the clothing retailer change the business model from selling to rent the clothes. You know why the textile industry? Because this report. This report shows us the orange line is the business model. Yeah. So I think that's very quite good for us. And another example is I think very easy to understand. Philips, you know Philips sell the LED lamps, but from many years ago, the Philips changed the business model to selling the light service, lighting as a service, the new business model, and signed a contract with the client. Client just needed to pay the lighting service fee, but all maintenance and the manufacturing by the Philips. And when we adopted this business model, you know, the Philips will make the product very strong, extend the life cycle, so reduce the waste. And the incredible result is the client only have the client has been reduced by half the cost. Yeah, so this is win for client, win for service provider, and a win for global. So it's not a win-win solution, it's a win-win-win solution. So I think this is highly useful for circular economy. This is one of the concepts. And the second area is this center mentioned as the principle of the circular economy by 6 steps. The first one is understand your system-wide impact of activity, the systematic thinking. You know, in Taiwan, I think most of the organizations, when you adopt the circular economy program, always focus on one program or one process. Lack of the systematic thinking through your whole organization. So I think the first step is to let you understand the interrelationship between your decision maker and your own process, own department. I think this is quite important. What is your input? What is your output? And then you can design your process. The second one is innovation. You rethink how to innovate your resources management and as to increase the value. And the third one is the stewardship. Stewardship means to take roles and responsibility, to assign the management team to follow, to focus the objective, and to take the responsibility. Yeah. And the collaboration. Yeah, when we implement the circular economy, you have to secure the system benefit, not only for ourselves, but also for the external partner. This is very important. Just like I think Taiwan Shield Corporation Company share a lot of the very successful example for us already. So collaboration is very important. And the value optimization is a value chain selection. We have to keep the material have the highest value and the function. Yeah, don't waste your resources. And then transparency, I think transparency is very key. You have to very honest, very open to share the information, especially how to communicate with your organization or internal partner. To let everyone understand the circular economy can bring us a lot of benefit. Yeah, otherwise no one will support with you. Yeah, so you will fail the circular economy, the program. So this is a sixth principle. I think very easy to understand, but just keep in mind this is very important principle. which part is not doing very well. The last one is this standard shows us the flexible framework. The first one is framing. Framing doesn't mean you can start to design your structure, your organization, how to assign your roles and responsibility. What is your budget? What is your timeline? What is your strength and the resources? And then you can evaluate the scope, which product, which process, which department you will involve in the circular economy program. And then you can use the innovation process to collect any kind of idea, because circular economy have 7 concepts. Maybe you can choose the performance economy to fulfill your some program or some process, and combine all the concepts together to get the best approach. So idea to generation, and then you can evaluate the possibility and the feasibility, including the budget and the return and the timeline and how many resources you have. And then you can choose a case. Maybe you can choose an organization or a product to try run the business case, and to learn from the trial run, to accumulate some experience, and review. Just like the PDCA, you can check and to find some area could be improved, and then to complete repeat again, and monitor, review, and provide the improvement report and take some action to make sure your circular economy, the framework is very stable and very successful. So at the beginning, I mentioned we are facing the very huge risk, especially the environmental risk. So if we cannot do our best to adopt the immediate action, we cannot afford to set to leave the opportunity for our next generation by 2030. So it's very important for us. Okay. Thank you for your listening. Thank you.
Thank you. So, thanks to all the speakers. Now we will have a 15-minute coffee break. Please move to the lobby. The speech will begin at 3:20. Please come back in time. Thank you.谢谢所有的讲者，现在开始有15分钟的茶会和海报入围评分，请不要转入到大厅。下一场演讲将在3点20开始，请准时进场，谢谢。
नहीं अभी जो ये है ना ये सब फ्रेम में आ रहा है
天天就去甲他，卖条条你把你做事，啊伊因为出表要开始做事，来拜拜，掉进招，然后他儿子廖启祥现在在民事事务部，看到民事新闻那个廖启祥，刑事的民事，哎廖启祥，很优秀，把我到香港电台，香港电台的老板。
professor from Department of Civil Engineering, Hong Kong University, Dr. Carmen Shi. His topic is preferred chemical pollutants and their thermal reaction with opium. In this section, we welcome the chairman of National University Higher Education Growth Project, Dr. Guo Qingchen, to be our moderator. 接下来我们邀请第9位演讲者，香港大学土木系施海敏教授，为我们分享全球化污染物与钙质的热反应。同时邀请陈波金教授担任这场的主持人。
Ladies and gentlemen, and our next invited speaker is Professor Shi Haimin. Professor Shi was born in Changhua, Luka, and he is now the professor of the Department of Civil Engineering in the University of Hong Kong. Professor Shi, can you hear me? No? Okay, so Professor Shi is a very outstanding researcher and published maybe more than 20 novel and significant papers in some leading journals of civil engineering and environmental science, such as environmental science and technology and atmosphere and journal of hazardous materials. And today, his topic is chemical pollutants and their thermal reactions with calcium. So, ladies and gentlemen, would you please put your hands together to welcome Professor Shi for his speech.
All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much for inviting me to join this international conference. My name is Aini Shi. I'm currently a professor at the Department of Civil Engineering at the University of Hong Kong. Please allow me to start sharing my screen for the topic I'm going to present today. So, bear with me a little bit. This full screen. So, the topic that I would like to bring out today is about one of our research on what we call the fluorochemical as an important environmental pollutant and how it actually reacts to calcium under thermal conditions. So let me start with a little bit more introduction of myself. Again, I am teaching at the Department of Civil Engineering at the University of Hong Kong, and we have a research group so-called environmental material that was established about 14 years ago. And in our group, we primarily working on all different kinds of material that are relevant to environmental pollution prevention, resources recovery, and also what we call decontamination, which means study how the pollutants behave on different type of surface. When I say surface, it's material surface. So today's topic is more on the absorption behavior of a very specific type of chemical we call the fluorochemicals. And over the year, we publish probably 250s journal papers, so we have quite strong interest in working on all different kinds of material and how they behave in a natural environment. So first of all, I would like to bring you understand a little bit of so-called fluorochemical. It is a chemical with a long chain carbon bond and all the hydrogens supposed to be on it have been already replaced by chlorine. So we all understand when you have a fluorine replacing the compound, usually this compound becomes very difficult to divide and become what we call environmentally consistent organic pollutants. The problem of environmentally consistent organic pollutant is of great attention in environmental study because this type of pollutant can resist to chemical process, degradation process, biological process, also lytic process. So you stay in the environment for a really, really long time. And when you have a pollutant stay in the environment for a really long time, you have a problem that will be transported for a really long distance without being destroyed. You will accumulate in human animal tissue, So this is also closely relevant to our agriculture and also our food safety issue. And unfortunately, this type of chemicals, they're everywhere. We can see some packaging material on surface. It has a little bit more oil texture. It can prevent water. It basically consists of EFC. And also a lot of the textile that is marketed that would that the air go through but not water, those things are all because of the EFC property. And a lot of what we call a non-sticking pan, carpets, even electronics, and also the rope. All of this use the great property of the EFC, and it's basically everywhere. The type of compounds is extremely, in fact, complicated. You can have all different kind of variation. It depends on what we call functional group. Sulfonates at the end, you can carbonic over there at the end. So it's the acids, or even some different type of form. And it depends on the numbers of the carbon, they have different length. Kind of PFCs of different lengths in the environment. One of the typical parts of this type of chemicals, even very difficult to measure. So when we have a chemicals we want to measure, we usually use liquid chromatography and then use liquid chromatography that use mass spectrum, for example, to measure concentration. However, most of the liquid chromatography by itself actually has been already contaminated by the EFC pollutant. So we're talking about the instrument by itself already being contaminated because the material used inside the instrument has this type of chemical. Also, a lot of chemical reagents like methanol that we usually use for nitrogen phase or tertiary phase in the so-called liquid chromatography by itself will also be the contamination source. So the innovation that we had before that we were one in the world that first used the so-called PFC isolation column to basically delay and separate the signal of the PFC in our sample and the PFC. This is what we have done. For example, you use just a brain sample and you put it in the machine and you still find you have PFC. But actually, in our sample, we don't get anything. So what we have done was we have used the PFC isolated column. So we bring the signal a little bit forward. So you basically let the contaminated signal goes out a little bit, goes out a little later. Then when you really have a sample that contains certain amounts of this type of chemical, then you can start to separate the signal. So this is a polluted signal. This is a real signal. With this very useful method of innovation, we start to look at what about the wastewater that we have typical of the environment, S, and the one that is 7 carbons, and also PFOA, 6 carbons for chains are all found in wastewater with certain concentrations. However, something we have to understand is that in the wastewater treatment plant, it's not only just the wastewater treatment, it is also including sludge, which is a solid phase that will come out from the wastewater treatment process. So if your PFC would be in the wastewater after treatment, you will either go to the water phase or either go to solid phase. So we further look at what we call the sludge, look at their concentration of PFC, we find more alarming alarming signal is that you can see the PF, particularly with PFOS, accumulates huge amount in the solid. So it's telling us that, and also some of the PFOA are much relatively small concentration. So it's telling us that if you have these type of PFC pollutants, chemicals, and then you have it in the product, and then once you use it, a lot of it flush into wastewater, and then the wastewater will have some PFC, and a huge part of that will also be what we call sludge. And this triggers something very, very important in our environment and also in agriculture activity. Because history-wise, people have been using the sludge from wastewater for a lot of agriculture activity. Because sludge has nutrient like nitrogen, phosphates, and potassium. They are great. They are great opportunities for even very traditional type of agriculture activity. Up to today, people in fact collecting the wastewater sludge for a large land of plantations, either in the landfill or even put it on the agricultural land. However, this triggered a new problem that people start to worry about once you have this type of land of plantation. Doesn't matter if it's landfill or if directly used as fertilizer from land. Then this type of chemical may end up in the food chain and eventually goes through the body. And this is unfortunately what will happen. If you look at a lot of research that still they start to find out that human bodies and all different kind of animals, they are having such preferred compounds accumulated inside the body. They can measure it from the blood, they can measure it from the animal's blood. So this trigger I would say quite scary scenario. People really do not know how to deal with that. They even know the consequences. So our job is to see how this type of chemical transport in the natural environment. And we find out that if this chemical goes to mineral, for example, base mineral, on the surface it will be kind of mission critical for 48 hours. Compared to some of the previous studies, considered, say, in the so-called diffusion process of stability, stage around 10 days, it will be much faster mutation on the surface of the mineral and mission commitment. So something that would be good information to know. However, if you look at the capacity, different kind of chemicals, different kind of capacity to stay on the surface of the mineral. Because around the emission environment is huge amount of mineral surface right there. So we find that PFOS to slope more on the mineral surface, like this one we use the aluminum surface, then we find out we should really pay attention on PFOS, the that chemical. They tend to be on the surface instead of in the water phase. A lot of people consider because of different kinds of functional group for surface attachment, they goes to what we call chemical absorption behavior. But we find out in addition to chemical absorption behavior, we also go to what we call natural state interaction. Because when solution pH is different, for example, the pH is very, very low, then the surface of the mineral becomes a positive charge. And this type of negative charge pollutant would like to absorb on the surface more. So it is not only just the chemical absorption, but also physical part of the electrostatic interaction is also controlling how much of the chemical will be absorbed on the surface of the air. More interestingly, we also find out that the absorption behavior of this kind of chemical is also affected by solution composition. For example, if you have a lot of calcium in the solution, or PFOS, because you find calcium will actually act as a bridge binding two chemicals in the solution phase of the air, so it will be more difficult to absorb on the surface. So you see a higher calcium concentration is actually increase the absorption of PFOS. Similar things also happen in the PFOA, but in this case, both calcium and magnesium, both of them can be so-called bridge, acting as a bridge, holding the impurities in the solution. And therefore, once you have very high calcium or magnesium, such like in groundwater, then you actually have slightly less absorptions for PFOA on the surface. However, we also understand in nature environment, we're not mineral, we also have what we call organics. So the organics will also affect the absorption of this type of chemical, depending on whether the long chain PFOS with 7 carbon or so-called BUS. And you still, the BUS that I listed very in the table is a very short chain agreed carbon chain. So it's very short molecule compared to PFOS. Let's look at how their reaction to different type of material. It is again only on mural surface we find both of the PFOS, the EUS, long chain, PFOS, and short chain. Their absorptions on mural surface are relatively quite similar, so PFOS is still higher. But if you have certain organics, let's say humic acid on the surface, modified mural surface, we find that PFOS is slightly higher absorption behavior compared to the US. So in fact, put it this way, if you have a completely mural surface, then the absorption doesn't matter the chain, the carbon chain, the longer one, the shorter one. You pretty much see similar amounts of absorption of this type of chemical on the surface of the mineral. So if you are having this pollutant discharge into somewhere that does not have like very dry area, and without much organics, not much water right there, then for the organics and minerals to accumulate, then you pretty much see the distribution of those long chain fluorochemical, short chain fluorochemicals are pretty much the same in terms of their absorption amount. But if you see this type of data being discharged into more humid weather area, then you have a lot of organics that can modify the surface of the mineral, you start to see the differences. You start to see the PFOS will probably prefer to stay on the surface, the particle surface, the soil surface, and the PFOS will probably more being distributed to the liquid phase, so we'll go with some water. The reason is because PFOS may have the electrostatic attraction between the mineral surface together with the pollutant. At the same time, it also has a little bit of what we call the long chain hydrophobic part that can interact with the humic acid, which is also relatively more hydrophobic. So that part get this PFOS that have relatively higher absorption capabilities when you have the organic matters like humic acid modified surface. So that very nicely explained the failure transport of the pollutants, how they got generated, how they distribute the wastewater, how it goes through the wastewater sludge, and the wastewater sludge used for either agriculture activity or discharging to nature environment, dry soil, wet soil, more organic content, which part it goes to. So we solved that mystery quite nicely after quite a number of years of work, and we encountered a new challenge now because when we were quite clear about, say, this type of chemicals to landfill, what would happen to that, people were telling us, okay, then if you consider this type of chemical would be so environmental friendly, it's difficult once you discharging the environment as wastewater form, sludge form. How about we just burn it, or how about we just use so-called thermal treatment process to deal with sludge? Because then it's supposed to be just burn out and solve the problem for all. So-called thermal treatments usually a lot of people think about as well for incineration, which is burning. That's usually the highest temperatures treatment, which is okay, but you may or may not be afforded all the time. So you may have low temperature drying, sludge drying, technology used for treating sludge, or even used for gasifications. And these different range of temperature for you to choose are within what we call the thermal treatment range. However, we find out a very unfortunate news again, because if you simply have PFOS on the high temperature, try to gasify it. Yes, you become gas phase, so you don't have PFOS as a pollutant in the liquid or solid anymore, but you create a new type of pollutant we call fluorocarbons. So this type of fluorocarbons will be created as actually chemistry carbon is swirling, boom, it's basically just the overall product is of fluorocarbons. And these fluorocarbons are what we call very, very highly what we call greenhouse gas pollutants. If we know that each part of the CO2 will have one effect of the global warming potential, each part of this type of what we call fluorocarbon, we're talking about several thousand times worse than CO2 as a greenhouse gas effect. So we have to figure out how to deal with it. We cannot let this type of carbon to be during the running process. So one of the tricks that we have been working on for so long is that we're quite good in working on calcium type of material. So we were thinking when you have a sludge that needs to go thermal treatment, sludge is complicated by itself. And at the same time, you have PFOS, taking as an example. Can we use the calcium source to really mitigate the solid? So it's actually a really good idea. The reaction goes by taking additional treatment by calcium product or calcium material, whatever you can find. So first of all, we look at the thermal reaction of PFOS. We find very interestingly, this material is polluted by itself. It will started urate at the temperature of about 425. So which means after 425, then your so-called fluorocarbon will start to emit. All the solid becomes gas phase. We have the ETA again further confirmed with the pretty much with the heat flow at above or below 425 Kelvin, which means below 425. The pollutant by itself is actually very strong. It doesn't really go for gas phase, it's always stay there. But after 425, then the fluorocarbon starts to grow. So we start to add a calcium source into the sludge and try to see how it will react with the PFOS in the sludge. And again, the goal is to minimize the fluorocarbon coming out as a gas phase. But we will end up with what we call the ash solutions. Say, even in the highest temperature installation, we end up with ash. If you go for sludge or drying, then you start having dry sludge. So we're facing what we call solid material. The solid material will be the final product. We have to figure out what the solid material is, or from the solid material we understand whether we stabilize the bromine coming out from PFCs by adding the calcium source. In this experiment, we basically add the calcium hydroxide. And it doesn't matter, I think, if you have calcium carbonate, calcium oxides, I think this is over. It's just basically supporting the calcium for that. And once we have to deal with so-called solid right here, we have to start using material. And one of the important techniques to deal with materials is what we call X-ray diffraction. That basically uses the X-ray to shoot into the crystal, and then use the crystal, because crystal structures and atoms occupy different positions. So that kind of diffraction pattern that we observe as the X-ray shoot through the crystal give us some good information to analyze. So these days, every lab have this X-ray diffraction, or this big lab should have one, and then you can have a signal to tell you which phase, which mirrors actually end up in your treated treatment process, like the ash that we're talking about, in order to know how the fluoride has been stabilized or not. One thing I like to say why we like calcium is we actually work with oyster research people with biological colleagues, because during the process of the oyster growing, they have the larvae, and they actually start to calcify what we call mineralizations. It's like a ball thing. They use baby oyster. They have a small ball that we grow. At the time, they are what we call run the line things, and then we very nicely use X-ray diffraction to convert that, and then later on they grow to oyster calcites. So this transformation process is very interesting, and we use to deal with this type of calcium source, calcium type of material without X-ray diffraction technique. So we find that's something that we can do much better with the other people. So we add the calcium into this source, and we find very interestingly, if I may remind you that before 425, that PFC compound could stay stable. But in fact, before that temperature, when we had calcium, we were like say 350. Also, we verify we have new phase coming out, which means a new fluorine phase, which means we have before the fluorocarbons emitted, we already successfully convert some of the fluorine into the calcium fluoride. And that's very exciting because we find a new way to stabilize the fluoride before it emits fluorocarbon as a very, very strong greenhouse gas potential. So that is giving us a great excitement. And we find out, say, at 400 degrees Celsius, for example, 400 degrees Celsius, the PFOS is still not being vaporized into gas phase yet. We only need 5 minutes that we can actually have a substantial amount of the calcium fluoride here. But if you let the temperature goes a bit higher, say, talking about 600, or even a little bit even higher, like most of the incineration temperature, we'll need to use less than 2 minutes, then the fluorine can be successfully stabilized. Okay, so we start to use the real sludge. To test that, we find out, yes, in fact, we do observe the calcium fluoride generated 400 600 down to the high temperature. But we also find one more type of mineral generated because in the sludge you have, for example, phosphate. So we have this phase with calcium phosphate together with fluorine, we call a fluoroapatite mineral that can be formed. And in this case, we start to know what would happen in the system. But for an engineering point of view, if you want to rehab technology, it cannot be just knowing what will happen, but you have to also know how much will happen. So in the typical X-ray diffractions, for example, I have X-ray diffraction observed. I can match it with 2 standard spectrum, and I know phase 1, phase 2, but I cannot tell how much of phase 1, phase 2. So it's just like a nature environment. You can have all different kind of things mixed together, but in order to just know who they are, a very important thing to engineer the answer is that you have to answer how much or how many of each other. And that comes to what we call the simulation of the atomic structure of each mineral phase, using what we call regional refinement to really match the observed X-ray diffraction peaks and know how much each phase will actually be in your sample. So this is possible to more complicated because the structures and atomic calculation. I won't go too much about that, but we have that skill for a really long time, and probably about I would say more than 100 papers that we publish is all based on this skill. And one very important thing that we can use this skill is we use what we call fundamental parameter approach, because a typical X-ray diffraction peak would have the signal mixed with both sample and instrument. We have a way to use standard material to get rid of instruments and everything that we have for our analysis. In that case, is simply the refract from the samples part, and that will give you accurate quantification capability. At the same time, we understand every material has 1.1% content, and we use what we call internal standard method, doping certain proper internal standard material is what we find out over the years, and we can later on calculate each phase. Each crystal phase is very accurately is knowing how much morphospaces right there, because you may have a lot of morphospaces instead of having the crystal faces only in the system. So with this very important skill, we start to run to the frontier of this scientific research and combining with engineering. For example, we say we should add calcium to help with the fluorine capture. But how much calcium do we add? So we start to ratio calcium fluorine. We find out probably, I think, 1 to 1. It doesn't matter low temperature, high temperature. I think you don't need to add too much calcium. It actually has quite good efficiency when you quite good effects. Once you simply just use 1 to 1 ratio, they can actually achieve things quite well. So then how about the temperature? 10% low temperature all the way to probably close to 90% of the fluorine. So huge amount of fluorine can be captured. And what about treatment time? That's why I always say that at low temperature it might be close to about 5 minutes, but at high temperature you can shorten this process within just a few minutes. So once you have a much shorter reaction time, give you a great possibility to design your process and very efficiently. You don't really have too much cost of the process and capture the flow very nicely. Okay, so once we have the real sludge, we have, you still remember what I'm saying, that the fluorocarbons, the fluoroapatites as part of the potential phase that can stabilize the fluorine. So the total, say, at 400 degrees Celsius, the total fluorine capture is this amount, and the majority is contributed by calcium chlorides, no problem. 600 degrees Celsius, almost the same, mostly contributed by calcium chloride. But be careful that once you have higher temperature, then the so-called fluoroapatites capability of capturing the fluorine becomes really more observable or so-called more noticeable. It's still, in this condition, it's still not as high as calcium chloride, which means the one that really helps you to capture fluorine in the system from the PFCs is still calcium chloride. But at high temperature, you should pay attention. Your fluoroapatite also starts to contribute some. More importantly, when you start to go for higher temperature, one thing you should also pay attention is that, say above the 600 degrees Celsius, that your calcium chloride capture capability start to decrease. And at the same time, what you actually have is the capability of fluoroapatite capturing capability start to decrease. So this is a very interesting temperature that gives you a different switch of different mechanisms that happen inside your sludge. Heating, drying, incinerating, treatment process. That tells you different mechanisms over there that control the percentage of the fluorine that you want to fix. Okay, so at low temperature, again, you will see pretty much most of the fluorine stabilizations contributed by calcium chloride. That part goes all the way correct. Doesn't matter how much calcium you add in the system. But very interesting that if you are having a lot of calcium in the system, like for example, condition of sludge gives a substantial amount of calcium, then, which is very likely, that you need to be very careful at high temperature. There's a point where your so-called the fluorine fixture, the fluorine fixing capability is no more calcium chloride, but the fluoroapatite. So again, high temperature with high amounts of calcium, then the mechanism that helps you stabilize the fluorine in the solid phase becomes what we call fluoroapatite. So we find this very interesting from the DFC to burn into high temperature, either goes to calcium chloride, or even to fluoroapatite, or even something you don't want to let them release into the air as the fluorocarbons. We figure out all the pathway, and we use the engineering tool to optimize the pathway that we want. and minimize the test rate that we do not want. So this is, I think, a very interesting example that we use our scientific knowledge and skill to contribute to green technology advancement in dealing with the PFC type of environmental problem. So overall, I just want to say we invent a lot of new green technology for the waste, for the wastewater, they're all good, either for incinerating solid waste or incinerating sludge, everything. Have we actually noticed the effect and transport business? We are not just treating the traditional pollutants and traditional type of topic. We have to also pay attention to a lot of new pollutants, environmental pollutants, coming to our daily life, end up in our waste, end up in our wastewater, in our sludge. It will actually affect our natural environment. And when we use whatever new technology to treat them, how they are well treated. Are they actually creating new problem, more serious problem that we do not pay attention? And I think that requires all of you to join us to look at this very important fields of environmental topics to help advance green technology to a safer, more efficient method for all of us. So overall, I mean, with a lot of the X-ray refractions and to some degree myself, I look about X-ray refraction, and later on with the consequence of different kind of waste that we're dealing with, we also have the cost of environmental materials and waste, try to contribute more of the knowledge to our development of the technology. If anything that you think we can further help your research or help your knowledge and your learning, feel free to tell us. Thank you very much for paying attention on my presentation today. Thank you.
Okay, so I think the PFC, global chemical pollutants, is a global issue and receive increasing attention in recent years. So I think we can learn a lot from Professor Si's presentation, and because we don't have enough time, so if we have some questions or want to communicate with Professor Si, we can communicate with Professor Si on the comprehensive discussion session. Okay? And here, okay, I have a certificate of appreciation, so I want to deliver to Professor Si. Professor Si, can you see this? Okay, so this is for you. Okay, so would you say something to our participants? Say hello.
Well, frankly speaking, I was very sorry that I don't know how effective the video actually played for the people who are on the internet. I imagine you have more people over there sitting there watching. I feel that if I can, I may do a presentation again in Chinese, which I can, but you don't have time. So I just want to help people and see whether people later on when you have this idea about the environmental persistent pollutant, feel free to contact me. I'll be more than happy to help everyone to have more scientific and technology research together. Thank you very much.
And so let's give him a round of applause to thank him for his outstanding and wonderful speech. Okay?
Last but not least, let's give a warm welcome to our last keynote speaker, who is a professor and dean from College of Humanity and Creativity, National Chengdu University of Technology, Dr. Wenpei Song. His topic is control effect analysis of the bridge under control of neutral equilibrium mechanism as multiple virtual peers. In this section, welcome the professor from Master Program of Green Technology for Sustainability, Normal University, Dr. Wen Zilin, to be our moderator. 最后，让我们热烈欢迎邀请今天最后一位讲者，勤益科技大学人文社会科学学院宋文佩教授兼任长，为我们分享桥梁与营建平衡控制机构、控制形成多虚拟球轮之控制效益分析。同时邀请南华大学永续绿色科技硕士学位学程林文志教授担任这场的主持人。
Thank you， 我用中文好，因为他刚才已经差不多介绍完了。那宋文佩院长目前是在基督大学，他是终身的特聘教授，然后本身也是他们的院长，然后同一学院嘛，对不对？那他本身念中心土木系，那我是水保系，所以他算是我的大学长，也是洪老师的大学长。那我就是用热烈的掌声来欢迎他，谢谢他来跟我们的演讲。
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your kind attention to introduce myself. Okay, firstly, I want to give appreciation to President Chen. He's my big brother here, so I'm very happy to see you again. And Professor Lee and Professor Chen and Director Zheng, I'm very happy here again to show my research achievement. Actually, this research topic just a little related to the psychoeconomic. I want to show you about this new technology for the construction technology. So this topic will be a control effect analysis of the bridge under control of the mutual equivalent mechanism. We call it MEM. So as the mutual peers, actually we're doing this research from the single mutual peers to the macro mutual peers. But it will be very complicated for the this research. So the outline of this presentation is divided by 6 parts. So the first one will be brief introduction, what we're doing about this research, and what is the application for the future construction. And the other one will be the acting principle of the AM of the mutual peers. I want to go through about the concept of these new ideas. Then the third part will be the modeling for a bridge with the multiple AMs. Actually, from the single mutual peers to the multiple mutual peers, we should consider that we're using an active control methods. Then the other one, the control laws of this proposal method should be detected. On the other hand, the interaction between the different AMs should be considered. So the first part we will go through about the test setup. Actually, we're using about the controller, so I want to go through about the experimental parameters. It will be discussions about parameters. The different control parameters will use about different control effects. So we should consider about this one. Then the first part we will go through about the test result and the discussions. Finally, we will give the brief conclusions. Actually, Taiwan is located in the Pacific Rim, seismic rims, with the poor geological conditions. Actually, Professor Lee was considered about this Taiwan is not very good at geological conditions, so we use about it. If it's find as strong as the typhoon, they will lose the mountain soils and accuse about the debris flows, such as the double debris flows, resulting in bridge damage and attacks. Therefore, the rapid development of disaster relief and the post-rehabilitations are affected tremendously. Actually, according to the global warming, so intensity of the natural disasters such as earthquake, mudslides, and slow land collapse has increased significantly. When such a disaster occurs, the rescue equipment and supplies cannot be fast arrived in this disaster area in the short possible time to save their lives. So if the bridge is damaged, the rescues cannot reach to the disaster area, so the relief systems will be delayed. Therefore, the lightweight of bridge for disaster relief systems is very important component of the disaster relief systems. However, the reductions of the lightweight bridge is restricted by the available space at the site, support conditions, and other factors in the area of the damaged bridge. Thus, the currently available structural system operation cannot be applied to all disaster sites. So I want to show you all the videos that will be happened on the north of Taiwan non-farm operation apps. Actually, it happened on October 2019. So you can see this video here. And you can find the heavy truck pass through about this center of the bridge, and the steel tendons about this one will be loose tension force, and it will be cut. It will accuse about the collapse of this bridge. So you can see here is those days tension force. But if we can use our mesos at the center of the bridge, then you will keep the stable of this bridge, then it will be stable of our lives. So you can see here. If we use our mesos at the center of the bridge, then it will keep the stable of the bridge to avoid this collapse of the bridge. So in our previous research experiment that shows the installed on the bridge can act as the mutual piers, which can reduce our vertical displacement and the section stress effectively. Although this effect of spans of the bridge can be increased, we started increasing our depth of cross sections. We see we must extend our next span of bridge, so the cross section of the depth of the cross section should be increased. But in this one, we don't need to increase about the cross section of the depth of the cross sections. Therefore, in order to extend the next span of bridge to increase the flexibility of the different land modification, this study installed the multiple ADMs on the bridge to provide multiple future piers. But use this technology, we should consider about three conditions. The first one is the controller must continue monitoring the bridge, the change of the vertical displacement of the bridge. Actually, this is moving on, that's not a constant load. So moving on will be moving path through about the bridge, so we will consider that. Other the second one will be considered about the multiple AMs calculated. Each of the AMs should be calculated to target the angles of the rotation arm to provide appropriate uplift force, balance about the moving load. Then the third one, the control load, active control measures and the interaction between the multiple AMs should be confirmed in this study. Actually, the control loads and the active control measures and the interaction behavior between the multiple AMs should be tested to verify the control effect. Then this study we detected about the active control measures and the control loads of applying from the single degree single mutual peers up to the multiple mutual peers. Then there, in our study, we just install about 2 sets of the AMs installed in this bridge. Then which should reduce about vertical displacement. The performance was tested with the round trip test. Then it's used about dynamic test to verify the correctness of the active control load and the interaction behavior between these 2 AMs. So the vertical displacement of the mutual peers with and without AMs controller compared to explore the display control effect. This study. Otherwise, in order to detect the vertical displacement, in our research, we just using the digital imaging correlation methods applied to detect the vertical displacement in these studies. So the part 2, I want to brief introductions about this AMs concept. So you can see here, this is the video. On the left-hand side is the bridge response control. On the right-hand side is the bridge response control. So you can see there's the rotation arm here. It will be changed to the swivel angles to provide the appropriate uplifting force to balance about this moving load. So you can see here, the deck of the bridge is standard stables. So in this study, I want to show you about this slide. I want to explain about this detail. Actually, there's a set of seismic rotation here. It will be including about the spin, arms, gear measuring, motor, and motor controller. Then there will be arcing set here. It will be arced for the steel tenders. The steel tenders should be mirror-like. Actually, we will be even number of the steel tenders. Actually, this steel tendon is used to offset the horizontal direction force and produce about uplift force to balance the vertical displacement that was used by the moving load. Then the other one, there's the displacement sensor. We use the potentiometers to detect about the vertical displacement. Actually, this sensor will be detected about the signals of the displacement variations. They will be changed. They will be sent to we use the MPU 90 to 50 process. Then you will be calculate about the vertical displacement variations. Then you will be changed to send the signals to the Arduino Neros. They will be changed to sent to the RC server to rotate about the rotation angle to provide suitable uplift force. So this one will be a difference with discussion about this one will be just with the one visual peers use the only one NMs. Then the other one we can install many NMs on the bridge. Therefore the S-band can expand. But all the cross section is the same. It's no difference between the single NMs with the multiple NMs. But there's many elements installed which we should consider about different variations. So the rotation angle is different at each position of the MS. So I want to discussion about this concept, how we provide the uplift force. I just mentioned there's a hole on the cantilever hole here, cantilever arms here. Then the steel tendon just passing through about position of this hole. Then you will be up at the end of the arch. Then you will be provided about a single angle of theta. So then the theta will be Q's about the recenter force R is equal to 2t times sin theta. On the other hand, in this research, we just use the vertical displacement signal detected by the potentiometers. They will be sent to the microcontroller unit, which will be ordered the RC server to rotate the cantilever arms to the suitable angles to produce about uplift force to balance about the moving load. Actually, these rotational arms can be rotation from the horizontal to the vertical of this bridge deck. So I want to use this slide to show you how we change about this one. So you can find this is the maximum uplift force when the rotation angle goes up to the 90 degrees. Then you will be changing it. This is small one. There is no moving on the bridge, so there will be stable on the horizontals. Actually, in this vertical displacement at the IDM installation positions, we can find all the vertical displacement remains zeros. Then the strain energy should be stored in the steel tendons. It still remain constant. So there is no strain energy difference in the steel tendons. Then we'll go through about the modeling for the bridge with the multiple NMs. Actually, the NMs can operate with the very small energy supplies to generate a great deal of control force to counteract the displacement effect of the external on the bridge in order to achieve automatic controls as well as the displacement control at the installation position to stable at zeros. So the controller of each NM should be continuous monitor the displacement change at its installation positions. So we use this equation to explain what is our idea. So this is the rigid body motion for equation motions. We use a single degree freedom. So you can see here, M is the mass of the bridge, and C is the damping coefficient for the bridge. The K is the stiffness for the bridge. Then the PT is external force. It will be used by the earthquake force and the moving loads. The other ones we call it external force. Then the UT is the control force. So control force must to balance about the external force. So you can see here, the PD minus UT should be equal to 0 to stable about this vertical displacement of this bridge.
Actually, in our research, we just using about the linear control laws is used in the population control games. Then the GI is the control coefficient of the individual items. So and the third one will be the gate coefficient of the velocity. So XT is the displacement function at each position of the install with the AMs. So T is respective about the time. So about this equation, we can easy to find. Actually, control force is just control from the y, side y. Therefore, we should consider about this equation in our studies. So in our study, we just use these equations. Therefore, in order to simplify about our control methods, so we use the distress control systems. Therefore, this equation can be written as this equation. So the GP times displacement plus the GI times summation of displacement plus the GD times the velocity. So therefore, this the previous the slide just show you about the for single AMs. But if we install it with the multiple AMs, so we should consider about the process distributed cycle by cycle. Actually, the cycle by cycle, so we should consider different position of NX. Therefore, each different position with the NX should consider about vertical displacement. We call it a downward displacement determined by the potential meters. And the potential meters we can find here. This is delta y ki. So I is the respective number of i's AX, and k will stand about k steps. The different k steps we will provide about different vertical displacement. Therefore, we send to this equation calculated about theta ki. Then the theta k will rotation about the different rotation angles different. Therefore, the different NMs provide the different rotation angle to provide the different uplink force. Therefore, we can detect about moving load the position to provide uplink force to balance about vertical displacement. So then I want to show you about the test setup and explain some experimental parameters that we do in our research. So when this one, we should consider about the control conditions, which is signal detections, control calculation, and projections about the mechanism movement as per company. Therefore, we must confirm through dynamic test. So the purpose of dynamic test in this study was to verify the feasibility of the NX to form us about the mutual peers of bridge. Therefore, the deformation control effect of the bridge equivalent with the one NX should be tested with the moving load. Actually, in our test, we're just doing about each of our two sets on this bridge. Almost the same. I just mentioned before about each set is the same. All the equivalent is the same. But it should be we should be considered about detection behavior between these two NMs. So therefore, this one will be I just want to brief introduction about experimental frameworks of over-reduced scales of the bridge. Actually, we got some funding from the Minister of the Science and Technology. So we can just use it about the reduced scale bridge to test it. So you can see here, this is bridge test, and this one is moving up. We just use the vehicles. And this one will be the steel tendons. There's the different steel tendons with arch and this one on the bridge. Then it will be a two installed with the two NMs at 1/3 and 2/3 of this bridge. Then this one will be potentiometers installed at the position with the NM to detect about this vertical displacement variations. Therefore, in our study, so this I want to bring introduction. In our research, we're just using about the DLC methods. We call it digital imaging correlation methods. So you can find this is the structure sparkle on the deck of the bridge. So we can detect it to calculate about the vertical displacement variations. In this DLC methods, we just done this research about 15 years ago. We're doing about 10 years. So we got many powerful programs to analyze it. So this is the idea. So we can detect using a CCD camera. Then we can find this is before deformation, this is after the deformation. Then we send it to the computer to
calculate. Actually, this method is basically taken as the foundation of research progress mathematical calculation, compare the partial relative of two images. Actually, this is just considered about partial difference, partial relative of two images. We don't need to consider the whole structures. We just need to consider some parts of this bridge. Then we judge this image towards the reflection before after transformation. Actually, we can see this one. This is before deformation. This is after deformation. Therefore, if we can see in this image, the image A is the before deformation and the image B is the after deformation. Therefore, we set into the correlation function to calculate the difference between these two images. Therefore, we use this slide to explain this idea. Actually, the comparison of the local relation with these two images. Actually, this is based on the finite methods. So you can find this is simply correct. We use a very small match to divide it. Therefore, there's undeformed sub-image. This will be two nodes, P and Q. Then this is the deformed sub-image, the P star and Q star. So it will be changing from the undeformation to the deformation images. Therefore, we use this equation. This equation will be easy to detect. So this will be after deformation, this one will be before deformation, and we will calculate the difference between these two images. So therefore, we're using this imaging correlation function to determine the degree of similarity. So you can see here, it's very easy to detect. Actually, this GI is the imagine A before deformation and coordinate I and J. Then the G, I, J, theta will be the image after transformation. So you can see here is the coordinate I bar and J bar. Then we compare with each other to calculate about the degree of similarity. So actually, this imaging calculation function of every sub-images will optimize to find the highest correlation values. So the corresponding coordinate of sub-image after deformation can be found out. Therefore, we can calculate about the displacement at every node using the coordinate before and after deformation. Then the full displacement field can be established. Actually, the full displacement can be calculated. Therefore, we can calculate and recode about the history of the vertical displacement variations very easily. So therefore, I want to show you about the first part where we go through about experimental result and discussions about our research. So this is our test result. You can see here. This is with the low speed with down control, and this is low speed with a small control gain, just a small control gain. The three different control gains. Just mention the GP, GP, and GI. Then with this one will be with the medium control gains. And here, this one will be with a large control gains. So you can easily to find there's no difference between over this test result. But there are some things happen on the low speed with a large control gains. Actually, this will be used by the large control gains with high frequency vibrations when the accelerations of the moving lot. Therefore, we're using about the test for the high speed dynamic test. Actually, we're doing the same gains. This is without the control, with the low control gains, with the medium control gains, with large control gains. I want to mention this is the red line is for the installation position at 1/3 of the bridge. And this blue line is at the 2/3 of this position of the bridge. Therefore, we compare with each other, and then we can find the control effect is strongly affected by the control gains. Therefore, the large control gains, we can get the better control effect. But this is for high speed dynamic test. But with the low speed control, it should be the low control gains will be that control effect. Then we test it using the high speed test. So we're using about more heavy vehicles. So we added more mass on the vehicles to test it. I want to try to find some difference between the test result.
So you can see here the orange line is for the 1/3, and the blue line is for the 2/3, and the installation is the length. So you can find the reducing rate, the displacement at the 1/3 span is up to the 98.5%. It's very perfect control effect. Therefore, I want to show you about the displacement control effect at the center of the bridge. There's without the AM installation with the bridge. So, but you can see here, actually with the more heavy vehicles with the large control gains, the reduced rate at the center of the bridge is still up to the 95.6%. So I think this will be perfect about control effect for the bridge with the 1.8 amps. So therefore, I want to show the video. Stage 1 will be the up one will be without control, and this one will be with the control. So you can see here the amps can rotate to a different angle to provide the applicable force to balance about vertical displacement as reduced by the moving load. So you can easily detect about from this video to show in these slides. Then on the other hand, I want to show you about the test result which use about DIC methods to detect about distable and vertical displacement of the bridge with the moving load. So you can see here it's very funny about this research. Now this one will be a bridge without control, so you can find there's cues about large vertical displacement of bridge when moving load is moving through the bridge. Then the other one will be controlled with the AMs. So you can see here, vertical the bridge has been controlled well. So we compare with each other, we can easily to find the difference with control and without control. That we're using about DS methods. So therefore, we comparison of the maximum vertical displacement of a bridge with and without control. Actually, we use the heavy. I just mentioned we use the heavy vehicles. So you can see here, this is outbound trip, this is the return trip. So there's reducing rate. We can find here. All the displacement control up to more than 93.3%. I think for the bridge with control, this we control is very, very well. Therefore, if we install our vertical elements for a bridge, then we can extend the lifespan of the bridge. So never mind, we can install 2, 3, or 4 elements with the bridge for the extended or the lifespan of the bridge. So therefore, I want to give a brief conclusion of my research. So these two items are rotated to suitable angle to provide the operator control force to reduce the vertical displacement, which was used by the moving load. From our video, we just showed you about the PID controller and precisely control the caliber to rotate it to appropriate angle to provide the operator applicable force to offset the moving load. Actually, we can see here there's no big difference for the vertical displacement in here in our test. From the time history of displacement variations and 1/3 midpoint and 2/3 point of the bridge under control AMs that the vertical displacement are controlled that far below 1/4,000 over the next span over the next span of the bridge. Actually, this will be required by design criteria. So the vertical displacement is far below this value. So therefore, our methods is very useful. Therefore, this experiment confirms this AM can be applied as the multiple mutual peers of bridge. And then the interaction behavior of this multiple tests we can find, it will be controlled well. Then this study we just confirms about the possibility of applying AM to focus on multiple peers, visual peers of bridge. Thereby, we want to extend our research. Actually, we can control vertical displacement at any moment of the bridge well. So therefore,
in our future study, actually we just wait for the funding from the Minister of the Science and Technology this year. I hope they can give us some funding to do our research. We try to extend from the reduced scale to the full scale bridge. We just want to extend it to the 5 meter, 10 meter, and 50 meters bridge with the real full scale test. Then we can install the 1 nm, 2 nm, and 3 nm to test the distance result. Otherwise, with the control methods, we want to try to use the open loops and the closed loop controller to compare with the control effect. Actually, we can extend the VIP controller to the other control methods. Okay, thank you for your kind attention. Okay, thanks to Dr. Song for his wonderful presentation. Okay, any question? Yeah, it shows a lot of interesting video and pictures. We learned a lot of bridge design aspects on this research. Okay, so no question. We have a certificate for Dr. Song.
Now we will have the general discussion to 5 o'clock. Let's welcome Dr. Xishong Chen to be our moderator. 接下来开始中午讨论时间到5点，我们邀请台湾永续绿色科技发展协会陈世雄营运理事长担任记者操主持人。
So if all the speakers this afternoon can come here, and Professor Song. Please, all the speakers, please come here. Thank you. Professor Song. Okay. We have a general discussion. So I would like to invite Mr. Huang. Okay, yeah, you are the supporter. So would you like to come here? Professor Chen.我先叫做你也是，你今天有演讲吗？ Okay, so this is the final session, and we hope we have a chance to have a nice communication. I hope if any audience here have any question, please raise your hand. 如果有什么问题，用中文问也可以。Use Mandarin, it's okay. So, any question? You still have some time, right? Or maybe all the speakers, if you have you want to make some more opinion to share with participant. So, yeah, from right hand side, our have not any question, maybe you just raise some few points. Okay. Okay, because I'm the youngest speaker, so just some opinions I want to pose here. Because as I in my presentation, I repeat several times that circular economy is very important for the country, and but the spirit of circular economy is what we call the industry symbiosis, 产业共生. So I believe in Taiwan, many different companies and government institutes, they do want to promote circular economy, entrepreneur corporation as government-owned business. However, we also want to be the leader and to set up more successful examples. So I also want to encourage other people. If you look for any cooperation, chance, potential cooperation, please also contact entrepreneur corporation. Our CEO just mentioned in Chinese 一个人可以走得比较快，但是一群人会走得比较远。So in circular economy and sustainable development, I believe more people, more companies, we will have a bigger chance to get a successful achievement. So that's just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Cultivation, because many organic farmers are afraid of, but must spend too much of money to maintain the organic purpose. However, I thought this XD number 9 is very easy to cultivate. You see, I didn't apply any chemical, and I didn't apply commercial organic fertilizer. Only one time I want to adjust the field because the land level is not level enough. So some are too high. Those areas is not growing well. So I applied organic fertilizer just to make it up. And finally, they are very beautiful. So in that case, we don't need to be afraid, but to manage it, select the good variety and the good method, and then you will reach the good organic purpose. And I would like to emphasize this. Whether we are going to eat very good organic food, as the Dr. said this morning, he mentioned, what you want to take more medicine. This is different. If you want to maintain your body strength and immunity, and also avoid the cancer or any other toxic residue in the food, this is very important. If we don't make up that mind, I think Professor Chen also mentioned that we must know whether we are going to be taking a good food to maintain our body strength. So that is the point that I would like to make. Thank you very much.
I must mention that Professor Chen was a very famous expert. Before several years ago, he stationed in many countries as the captain of the technical mission, stationed in many countries, in Africa, in maybe South America, in Sahara, Indonesia, many places. And his contribution to maintain diplomatic relations with Taiwan and other countries, I believe is really big and important contribution. So he mentioned the kinds of irrigation system, very low cost, and use the pressure of tidal irrigation system. I believe it's very useful and especially for developing countries. They have no money to make infrastructure. The irrigation system is very poor, but he made a great contribution. Okay. So would you please give him big hands? Okay. Young, you were young, right? Okay. So I really appreciate it. And then Professor Song. Yeah. For your speech, so I know those the bridge broken. I think it's can prevent it, right?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, Chairman is my big brother. So I really appreciate this opportunity to present my research here. But I'm doing about research for the landscape benefits for the park this time. So I hope I can show you about this research next time. Actually, air pollution is a very serious topic in Taiwan. So therefore, I will try to find some plans that we can be reduced about air pollution. But actually, we can install some devices in the central part of the central city government. So I will try to find some factors. Therefore, we can discuss with Professor Hong and Professor Hong. These two guys is leaders, so we can find these two steps. Future, I can we should discuss about future research. I'm very appreciative to come here again. Thank you very much.
I always think Taiwan is so nice place, nice country. We have so many very good people, very good, kind hearts, and try to do their best to make their contribution for the country, for the people, for the land. So I really appreciate it. We have a conference every year. So this shall be appreciate Professor Hong Yao-Ming for his effort. So he can try to do his best to organize every year the conference. Even he also established a very nice sustainability center for Taiwan and get golden award every year. CSR. Okay, so no CSR. Okay, so it's not easy. So even he established a journal, English for scientific paper. So it's really amazing. I heard that he will finished his administration for the chairperson. That's too how pretty again. I think it's good. You really a great contribution for Langhua University. So I hope every everybody here because this effort now we meet together every year. Give him, Professor big hands, please. Would you like to speak some words?
Some idea to show with us, okay? Okay, can you show him the screen for now? He can talk but cannot show. Okay. So he understand how do I talk? Yes, welcome.
Topic combining, but I'm interested still in combining our agriculture. So we're looking at the Green Gold. I enjoy reading the proceeding very much, and I think historically we engineer scientists not necessarily work together. But I think this conference can work together. That is very good, and I look forward to have more interactions after the pandemic. People can go back to actually, I'm talking about myself, go back to Taiwan to enjoy the great environment that we have. So thank you, all gentlemen sitting over there. I hope we able to make this happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. How do we get Taiwan soon? Okay.
I want to say something on this conference. The most important is the budget. So in fact, I must very thanks to Chen Yisong, Professor Chen Yisong. He had many things, and he had a connection with the Council of Agriculture to give us financial support for this conference. So I'm really happy. And then the second thing is, in this conference, very different. In the morning, we talk about the southern agriculture. In fact, this is, I think, we must contribute the thanks to the Professor Chen Zixiong and the Professor Chen Yisong. He gave many help to invite many international professors to join this conference. I think really important. And of course, in the afternoon, our topic is circular economy, and the Taiwan Sugar Company give many support, and also the BSI. In fact, the manager in Asia, come here to have a very good speech, very good. Especially, I miss, in this winter vacation, I went to Hong Kong. Then I went to see Professor Shi. I invited him to give a very good speech because he had many research on the CSO3. So he gave a very good speech. Finally, my elder classmate, Professor Song, he come from, he very busy, but today he just come from the Taichung city to here to have a very good speech. But I think so many people to join us, and in the future, every year we'll have a international conference. So I hope in the next year I can see everyone again. Thank you.
We should have expressed our appreciation to COA, Mr. Huang Zhongjie. Thank you for your fully support or financial support for the conference. And I hope in the near future support more. Because we try to organize some training course for organic farmer and maybe the okay, so give him a big hand, okay? I never saw hiring officers sit here. From this morning here now, until the end of the okay, so it's really not easy. Okay, so for the last, I would like to say our Earth, our environment, face very big challenge. So, you know, now we take out water, rainfall. It is climate change. It's a global. So especially Taiwan, we should especially notice. I hope, start from today, we try to make something. Should be zero, okay, zero pollution, zero waste, zero carbon dioxide emission. Hope, start from Nanhai University. I suggest meet President Lin Chongming several years ago. We should declare that the Nanhai University will try to reach the goal zero carbon dioxide emission in 10 years. So this is our goal. I hope we share our ideas with all of you, all the participants today. That maybe we can try step by step. Then one day we come back. We were very satisfied that we at least we do something for our Earth. Okay. So thanks for your participation and thanks for your good heart to join us. So we try to work together, collaboration, cooperation together. Okay. And I believe we can do something. Thanks for your coming. Thank you. As of the conference close now. Okay. And tomorrow, maybe some guests will come to Haidan and my farm. Okay, thank you.
So now is the last part of our conference. Let's welcome Dr. Gordon to be our moderator and give our honor to our distinguished guests. 这个是最后一个节目了。颁发研讨会感谢状，我们邀请台湾永续绿色科技发展协会曾国正理事长担任这场的主持人。
先感谢那个农粮署这次给我们很大的一个指引，是不是麻烦那个农粮署的代表来出席？那另外就是我们还有就是其实今天有9家摆摊的厂商，但是好像我刚看了一下，好像只剩下最坚守岗位的2家还在哈。那第一家是那个我们就比较远的嘛，新全谷友善永续农场啊。那另外一家是老上海茶餐厅。那个最紧张的时候到了嘛，就是我们其实今天除了我们这个主会场的
那个我还用中文讲好，因为大这边后面的会场就是除了这些主会场之外，其实我们还有很多的那个专家学者的论文投稿跟发表，还有海报论文哦。那我这边来一一确认一下，目前这个讲者还在不在？我们每个会场事实上都有一个最佳的论文啊。那第一位是蔡玉龙先生，还在吗？李先生，好，那麻烦你下来一下，哎，那个会场的最佳论文，那个不晓得那个会场的那个评审的是哪两位先进还在吗？蔡玉龙那个会场不是 ，OK， 好，就麻烦你。然后还有第二篇论文是刘家煌先生，他是我们永续最资深的研究生啊，这个研究精神令人佩服啊，现在念我们硕士班。然后昨天晚上来问我问题，我刚才说我太忙，没有空理你。问我那个流利的东西，我说我不行，我昨天没有空。然后再来有第三个会长，刚刚我们的会长啊，那苏芳佩教授，不过好像他学生是不是在场？啊，刚他离开了。啊，苏芳佩教授，他刚刚学生简报的非常好。好，那还有最后一位这个跌破大家眼镜啊，张振华同学，是哪里呢？他回去了。对啊，他是我们学里面每次报告上去就脚开始发抖那个同学，就他今天得奖了，这很不容易。对，没关系，我们可以再把那个奖项传发给他。那海报论文因为其实有30多篇，所以还没有算出来哦。那我不晓得是不是我们要在海报论文的部分，那还是我们用公告的方式来公告哈。那我想大概就这样，那我们最后是不是要请李市长跟大家再讲？
今天我想大家辛苦一天哦，那期待明年我也相信，因为各位的努力啊，明年记者会更加厉害。谢谢各位，
请大家留下来，请吃晚餐。
我讲一下啊，我们其实这次真的最感谢的是，我们这次有我们那个去年我们在那个环境教育机构场地揭台的时候，其实那个署长特别来，然后颁发给我们每一个环境教育志工的那个志工证书啊。那这一次志工发挥很大的作用，各位看到我们穿那个绿色背心的，就是我们环境教育志工哦。他们的规定很严格，跟我们挥手一下，这个多少在外面场地会他们1年至少要服务10场，不然那个志工资格就会被取消哦。那这是他们第一次来服务，他们从昨天就开始在忙碌，然后到今天跟今天还有明天整天也有被帮忙，所以我是觉得其实他是我们最后最强的无名英雄哦，所以我们就带给他们掌声鼓励，谢谢。好，那我组长是最后结束是要有请那个我们认真。
So, I'm so glad you can come here now. So, I declare the conference now closed. See you next year. Okay?
Thank you.